Francis is first. Hello, critters. Yes, happy victims. Why does it do that? I hate when it does that. When it minimizes everything. An annoying Windows feature. Getting to pick up my helicopter blades, I keep flying all over the house. You need to be open here. Happy, happy victim. Yummy, happy victims. Tasty, scrumptious victims. And how are you doing today? Come on, there you go. There we go. Flying Pringles cans. You gotta get rid of that bottom. It's actually glued on. There it goes. Trick is to get it off without tearing up the bottom so much. This one should go in this one. Hey, Mike, we are making missiles out of Pringles cans. So I'm designing parts to mate Pringles cans together into a tube-finned rocket. So this is the full enrapture. You know, if you want to fly higher power motors, you want to fully enshroud the cans to really make sure you hang on to them. But for smaller printers, we have the mini. So this is just a couple of the pieces I've been working on. But this is will allow you to glue the Pringles cans together and hold them in the right configuration. And then I'm making a sleeve to allow you to connect them lengthwise. And then, ooh, that hurts. And a nose cone will fit over the sleeve once I get it designed right. You'll be able to make an entire rocket out of Pringles cans. Because that's the one hard part for a modeler to make themselves at home is the tubes. So we use found tubes, and well, Pringles cans are quite common. So I'm gonna try to get my neighbors to collect them for me, get different flavors, so I can have all different flavors throughout the rocket. I just think that'd be fun. I got some sort of kidney infection or a UTI or something. God, does that hurt? And I can't see the doctor till May 3rd. But hey, no wait times in the US, right? Oh man. But yeah, this is gonna work nice. But this one requires a CR10 size printer to print because that's actually pretty big. But this takes a much smaller printer. And of course, launch lugs built in. This is way too heavy. I've been working on, see, how light can I make it? This might be a little too light. Just a hair. And I might make it just a hair bigger, like 0.1 bigger. Because it's a little, because this will probably be okay once it's all glued together. See, I cracked it getting it on there. But, and that's because of how tight a fit it was. But if I make it just a hair bigger, like 0.2, that might be enough to make it, you know, a little easier to put on. So I'm trying to lower the weight of this, because this part here is incredibly heavy. I mean, it's bulletproof, but it's incredibly heavy. So now now comes the performance increasing. How light can you make it and still have it work? Because if you go too light, then obviously it's going to fail. But like this part here can be super thin. This just doesn't need to be a really thick part. It could be a super squishy part, because all it's doing is joining two cans together. And I broke it. But all it's doing is joining two cans together so you can make a longer tube. Since you have to have, you know, one of these for every segment, you want to make it as light as possible. You go in the trash pile. So that's how light I've gotten that one. And not bad, it's gotten pretty light. Awfully crunchy though. I wonder why it's so crunchy. Over time, yes. Otherwise, I've found them. That's the problem, is I can't eat enough of them to, you know, build up a huge stock real quick. Just because, yeah, I can't afford to buy that many Pringles. Come on, get in there. Get in there. There you go. Nice. Ooh, I want to rotate out. I want to see the Pringles face. There we go. So there's 3 of them. That's your center tube, the motor. The motor mount will go in here, and then the 4 more tubes will go on the outside, and I'll have a second one of these rings down here to hold it all together. But the idea is to use 3D printing to make it very easy to create a short kit to be able to use Pringles cans to create a rocket. And I'm also going to make a tool that will slide over this and have a slot in it to make it easy for you to cut the can in half. So, for example, there's no reason to use the entire can as a tube fin unless you're making a bigger rocket. To make a smaller rocket, it'd be very effective to just cut these cans in half, and now you only need 3 cans to make the 6 tube fins, because those are really long as far as tube fins go. So I'm going to also design a tool that you could probably have a looser fit and have it butt up against the end of the can, and you'd put a knife in the tool, and then you just rotate it around the can several times and have it slowly cut through the can. If you cut through too rough, you'll mess up the edges of the can. But if you cut through it slowly with a utility blade, then you can basically, I'm going to make a tube cutter for the Pringles can tubes. And a lot of these work quite nicely. They have a pretty nice split right here in the middle, where you have the Pringles logo here and the flavor here, so it'll actually look nice going around. Same with this one. You got the Pringles half and you got the flavor half. So they should actually split pretty nicely. Where's my tape measure? Man, it hurts. Being unusually nudgy today. But it's turning out to be fun. Happy, happy victims. Yummy, tasty victims. You guys see that yet another Vice model? It's my latest obsession. Let's see, where did I find that? Oh, that was in all-time, popular all-time. It was in here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, it's 34,000 downloads. Jeez. This here. Yet another machine vice. But the cool thing about this one is it's all 3D printed. No tools. And no hardware. You don't have to buy screws or nuts or anything. Everything's 3D printed. And I have the full-scale one printing now. It took me 4 attempts to get it started. The first attempt failed and blobbed on the nozzle because I used my PETG ME40 profile, which turns off the heat bed after 6 layers. Yeah, that don't work on a glass bed with PLA. So, of course, the whole thing let go, and it blobbed up on the nozzle. The next 2 failed because little bits of blobbed filament that I missed, because they were up inside the hot end, dropped into the new model, and I knew that was going to cause a problem, so I just canceled and restarted. The third attempt, it finally stayed put, and it's printing. So that's going now. It's a 36-hour print, and it's not even halfway through it. But I also wanted to try, just for shiggles, just because I can, and because I like doing it, it's fun, a half-scale one with the 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Let me tell you, that's fun. But this one warped. I have never seen this happen before. I had a part of the raft let go of the bed and warp. I've never seen a raft warp. Never. So I'm gonna have to make the raft bigger. I think I made the raft too small, too close to the edge of the model. But it shows promise. I gotta, we might do that today. I gotta modify some of the parts. Well, you can't really use a brim on a raft. The whole point of the raft is to not use a brim. Or maybe a brim to hold the raft. I can think of that. But see, that's the problem, though, is that on this particular printer, I'm having first layer problems with the 0.2 millimeter nozzle. It's either too far or it tears it up. So I might try that, but the whole point of me going to the raft was to avoid the brim because the brims didn't print right. Hey, DeWitt, how are you doing today? But I tried to fit the parts that did print. You know, they all printed, but some of them are warped. And I see some changes I need to make. And the problem is I'm at the limit of the changes I can make in the slicer. I could lower the extrusion multiplier a little bit more, like maybe 2%. I'm at 94%. I could probably go down to 92%. A little cheat you can use to make parts fit together better without using XY. What do you call that? XY expansion or contraction in the slicer, which will alter the parts dimensionally. There's a way to loosen the part and also tighten. There's a way to loosen and tighten parts without dimensionally altering the parts in the slicer, and that's to use extrusion multiplier. XY compensation. But use extrusion multiplier. So if you increase the extrusion multiplier, you're telling the slicer use more plastic. If you decrease the extrusion multiplier, you're telling the slicer to use less plastic. But the problem is if you reduce the extrusion multiplier too much, you start to get styrofoam. You start to get parts that come apart. They start to tear apart because there's not enough plastic in between the bonds to hold them together. So there's a limit to how far you can push extrusion multiplier alone, and I'm close to that limit. Although these parts feel solid, so maybe I have more wiggle room. So I might have more room to wiggle to lower the extrusion multiplier a little more. But I have a feeling that the problem I'm having is that first of all, the slide is way too tight. Way too tight. And then this is not the modeler's fault. This is a high tolerance or a very low tolerance item. So your printer settings need to be tuned well, and I shrank it by 50%, which shrinks all the tolerances by 50%. So everything gets tighter. I got one of the screws to go down about 3/4 of the way. The other screw, forget it. I'll break the post before it'll go down anymore. This I got to turn well. The slide I have to loosen up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those two parts into Tinkercad, and I'm going to try to make the threads inside the screws 0.1 millimeter larger, and then I'm going to cut away a little bit of the channel in here to loosen up the slide for the vise. And I think that's all I'll need to do. I won't even need those stupid little pins that go through here to hold it together. Not stupid. I just hate them. Because they're so fiddly. But at least at this scale, they're fiddly. Because these two parts, I broke them tearing them back apart again. But these two parts friction fit together. And they're not going anywhere. You'll break it before they'll come apart again. So I won't need those pins. But yeah, I'm super excited about printing an itty bitty, teeny tiny little machine vise. And it looks fantastic. Wait till the autofocus does its job. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that cool? This is Filamentum Icelandic Glacial Blue. Wait, it's not letting me up today, huh? Really freaking annoying me. But so yeah, I'm gonna fix the files today for this and try it again. For the test, I won't have to reprint the body. I'll just reprint the screw piece and these pieces to make sure they work, and then I'll reprint the body. But yeah, I'm super pleased with how that's coming out. It just looks really cool. I really like the way that looks. I'm thinking this might make a good little Micromax vise. Make custom jaw heads to hold the little tiny itty bitty Micromax rockets to allow you to glue fins on and stuff like that. Might be a handy tool for that. Just now I have to find a use for it. It's got to make it useful, don't I? But yeah, I'm excited about that. I also got my I finally got the print settings and slicer settings and everything worked out, so I can basically print these now. I still have a failure, like 1 in 5 will fail. The nozzle will just clog for no apparent reason. It's a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. It doesn't take much to clog them. And you know, it's never a permanent clog. As soon as you reheat it back up, it flows fine. But for whatever reason, in the moment, it stops. And that's just the nature of a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. And also using good filament. You got to make sure whatever filament you use has nothing in it. No glitter, no mica, no fill, nothing. You can sometimes get away with filament like Prusament because they use mica powder, which is very, very fine. But even that will clog every now and then. And so that's coming out nicely. And so I decided to try doubling it to 13 millimeter motor scale, and that actually came out really good. Except the parts are too loose. It's a rocket. Well, this is a rocket that you won't recognize unless you're in rocketry. But it was one of my favorite rockets as a kid, and I could never have it because it was very expensive. We're talking, 30 years ago, this rocket was $40 or $50. So it was very, very expensive rocket. Let's see, Estes Aquarius. Here we go. So it's one of those, I now have adult money, shut up and take my money kind of thing. Except I don't have adult money. So, so I 3D print them. But this was a rocket by Estes called the Explorer Aquarius. And I made the full scale one. If I can get it out of here without making a mess. This is actually 115% scale. So here's the, oh, you can't see that. So here's the full scale one, 115% scale. So it's basically a cargo transporter in space. I even printed the little caps that cover the cargo tubes. And but this is the original kit. And it was fascinating because the hardest part, at least what I thought was the hardest part, was how am I going to print that nose cone? So needless to say, it's a relatively unique nose cone. Let's see, are there better pictures? Here's one sitting on the pad. So there's a Explorer Aquarius ready to go. I still have to get the decals made. I'm keeping my eye out for like a really cheap used cry cut, so maybe I could do my own vinyl decals. But either way, as a kid, it was a very complex model. It was one of those level 3 advanced models because there's a lot of work to glue all the tubes, make all the caps, all that stuff. So it's a pretty decent amount of work. The 13 millimeter came out pretty good, except for the connections are too loose, so there's a lot of wobble. So I got to increase the fit for those connections, but otherwise the 13 millimeter one came out really good. And the most interesting part was the nose cone, because the nose cone is reasonably complex. At least at first it seems reasonably complex. Come on. If you can see my face, it knows to autofocus on my face. I found out there was one of these nose cones available on Thingiverse, and if you print it as it is, it comes out okay. But obviously, I need to make it a lot lighter. This whole thing's printed in vase mode, so this weighs like 3 grams. It's very light. The only non-vase part is like the last couple of millimeters, because you can't close a sphere with vase mode, at least not easily. Maybe if I used a 1.2 millimeter nozzle at 0.04 layer height, I could probably close the sphere, but now it's going to weigh, 300% more, because the nozzle path is going to be 3 times as wide. Yeah, Pringles aren't that expensive if you buy them at the grocery store. They're only $1.50 at the grocery store, but Walmart charges a 50% penalty. They charge $2.26, so that's 75 cents, which is a 50% price increase. So Walmart charges a penalty for it. $4. Wow. I buy them at the grocery store and I wait till they're on sale. They're like a luxury treat every now and then. Just because, snack food in general is a luxury treat for us. But, so the problem is I needed to modify this cone to print this cone in vase mode. And the cone was already hollowed out. I needed a solid cone. I needed it to be all solid. I tried everything. Nothing would work. I even brought it into mesh mixer and it just butchered it. It destroyed it. Holes everywhere. So whatever was wrong with this original file, even mesh mixer couldn't handle it. And, I found, you're not going to believe this. It's a cone and 3 balls. The whole thing is a cone and 3 balls. Literally, I took a 77 millimeter sphere, stretched it out vertically, cut off the bottom, and attached a cone. Then I took that same sphere, shrank it down a little bit, stretched it out a little bit, and used it to cut this cavity into the nose cone. And then I took a third sphere, the same sphere, shrank it down till it looked about right, and just stuck it in there. This is literally made of 3 balls. I want to talk to if he's still alive. I don't even know if he's still alive. I want to talk to the guy who came up with this, because he's a genius. Such a complex looking nose cone, and it's literally made of 3 balls. It took me it took me less time to completely fabricate this cone from scratch than I spent putzing around in Blender trying to make the other one solid. I mean, like, literally, in like 12 minutes, I had the cone made. I couldn't believe it was that easy. It was just incredible how easy it was. The guy's a genius. The only change I made is, as you can see on there, this cavity is supposed to be straight out. I made it more angled so that I could vase mode print it. Let me see if I can give you a better shot of that again. There we go. And I'll just print it with marble. 3 knees. Well, if you just pretend to be a woof woof, you got 4 knees, right? Or Kit Kat. But if you walk on all 4s, you got 4 knees. Not really. at this scale, at this Reynolds numbers, the asymmetry of the nose cone is not going to affect the flight. It's just not. You'd be surprised how asymmetrical you can make these, and they'll work just fine. Now, one difference is the fins. If you have a substantial asymmetry in the fins, that could cause a problem. I have not tried launching the plastic ones yet. Right now, I don't have the means to fly anything. Although I might have the means to fly some Micromax. So, I want to get this one on my store, but I have to fly it first. I have to make sure the plastic can handle the ejection charge. It is a double wall vase mode body tube, so I'm hoping that will help insulate. Because this is going to be no paper at all. You're just going to friction fit the motor in there. Because you have to keep it light. This is about 6 grams. It's so light, my scale has trouble measuring it. I've got to get my lab scale right there. I got to get that down to try to weigh this. Because my kitchen scale can't weigh it. It's too light. It toggles between 5 and 6 grams. If I remember right, Micromax motors can lift 14 grams, I think. It's either 7 grams or 14 grams. Either which way, I'm under both. So this should fly on a Micromax motor. This will easily fly on an A10. A 13 millimeter motor, no problem. But that's turning out to be a lot of fun. I also made, this week, my own SD card case. I've been looking for cases for SD cards. And I've been finding out that none of them are perfect, so I end up making my own. So this case is, a guy made this case online, and the case is supposed to hinge. And the problem is the hinge is so thin. Oh my god, that hinge is thin. I did fix his case by putting ears on it. So I extended it so that the hinge part has some more bite, and then after you put it together, you snip off the excess. That fixes the ability to print it, but I still don't like it. The hinge is too weak, so I just made my own, and mine's a slide-in. So I now have trapezoid shapes, triangle shapes on the corners, and triangle shapes on the corner of that. So now the two fit in together like this. This one will hold 12, and he has a larger one, which I can also modify, that will hold 18, I think. But this is beautiful, because it's just a really nice way of showcasing the cards. I just think that's really beautiful. There we go. I mean, it's ultra thin, but once you put it in here, you're good. You know, that's not going to pop out. You don't have to worry about that popping out. Now, of course, when it's open, you got to worry about dumping your SD cards. So obviously, if I turn this upside down, the cards are going everywhere. But in the case, you're fine. It's not going nowhere. And that just fits in there just like that. I love how slim and how nice that is. It just came out really nice. So that, I mean, I've basically rebuilt this from the ground up, but I'm still going to call this a remix. Oh, no, it's very easy. So there's this is not my idea. This is his idea. You can see that there's a channel in there. See that indent in there? So when you push the card from this end, it just pops up. See? And now you can very easily grab the card and take it out. So there's a little cavity in there that allows you to push down on the card from this end, which causes the card to pop up so you can grab the card. And I'll get the files posted today. But yeah, this is really nice. I mean, and if you want a tighter fit, just increase your extrusion multiplier a tiny bit. And the cards will actually fit a little tighter too. But they're too fiddly. I end up knocking them all over the place if they're too tight. So for me, it was easier to have them loose. Because once it's closed, you're good. So, and this is also sturdy, unlike his, which was very not sturdy. I understand what he was doing. He was trying to make the thinnest, minimalist case he could. And his design is beautiful. I just made it better for my personal needs. And so then I needed one for full-size SD cards. And I have a bunch of others too. Not my designs, these are other people's designs. You can also get this one that I modified. I posted it as a remix. So this is a carousel. So the cards go in like that. And then you pull your cards out. So it sits in a 12 card carousel. You can get higher counts, but then it's harder to grab the cards. And then there's thinner ones. So this one's really nice. except it's a little hard to manhandle because it's so thin. So this one here, you just unscrew the two halves and the cards sit in there like that. So you get a little bit of a display, and then you could just slide the cards out like that. It works pretty good. I ended up making a hybrid where I don't know if that's the original OG. Where's my hybrid? That's another original, I think. Yeah, that's another original. I made my own hybrid version that is a hybrid between this big thick one and this thin one. So it's a thicker than this one, thinner than this one, but instead of having the carousel slots, it has the display slots like this one because they're easier to work with. So it has that kind, but it's a bigger one like that. So that, I think that's already online. Hey, that finished printing. Come on. Come here. You know you want to come off. There you go. And I need to print the nose. Okay. So this is the new version. I should have let it cool down more before yanking it off there, but I want to get the next one going. There we go. Let's see how this fits. Very flexible, but should be tougher. All right, a little tight, but it does go in. Okay. I think I'm going to make it just a hair tinier. Like shrink it by another 0.1. And I think we'll be good. There we go. So that will go in like that. And there's also an eye hook in here for tying off a shock cord. And then you just print another one of these, add another can. You just add as many cans as you want. And you get your Pringle Rock. A lot of buffering. I have no drop frames. So maybe refresh your entire page. If it was my end, I would see drop frames on the screen here, and I don't. Shows green. I'm transmitting at 2676 kilobytes. So 3 megabit video. I should be good. So it's a YouTube thing. This nose cone was no good. I just used this to test. So now we'll print the better one. And I hopefully designed it so that the same sleeve is also the shoulder for the nose cone. Although I think that needs to be a little bit looser to make sure that nose cone pops off, instead of blowing out the top of the nose cone. No, I don't make my own motors, but I would like to. I'd like to play around with making some sugar motors. That would not be a NAR sanctioned activity, of course. Well, it's also a little more dangerous. Like, I know what I'm doing. I would do it outside in a metal container, because I wouldn't want to burn down my house. That has happened. So the next thing is full-size SD card case. And this was the closest one that I found that I liked. It needed a lot of changes because he had a lip around it so that you could reverse the lid on either side. And the problem is that whole entire lip required support. I was like, screw that. So I beveled the entire bottom so you can't reverse it now, but it no longer requires support. But I also had to fix scaling. I also had to fix fit. And it does work. And I also got rid of his logo because he had his logo on the bottom here, which is dumb because that's first layer. So instead I moved his logo to the side. I put it there. This way it doesn't affect first layer stiction. And it looks nicer. It looks a little more professional sitting there like that. But that worked okay, decent, but it takes a lot of plastic. Like, I could beat you over the head with this. So of course I went phase mode. Yes, I made an entire SD card case all in phase mode. And it prints in less than 90 minutes. So phase mode lid, 1.2 millimeter bottom, all phase mode, 1.2 millimeter bottom, all phase mode. And I even used compliance in the design so that the cards don't fall out. Yet they're loose. They're not tight at all. Because the problem is you don't want too tight because you'll damage your cards. So the way I did that is, let me take these 3 center ones out to make it easier for you to see. This is like a minor stroke of, I won't call it genius, but a minor stroke of I thought of the right thing at the right time. So that's all vase mode. There's actually a slot going down the side that connects everything to allow it to be vase mode. These angles are exactly 0.8 millimeters away from the slots, so they fuse. So this thing is actually strong. It actually has structure. It's not like super flimsy like you'd think a vase mode print would be, because at each of these points here, it's fusing to this internal structure, and it fuses at 2 points on the end as well. So I'll show that to you in Tinkercad in a minute. And then the slots are curved. This way it's tight in the middle, but loose on the ends, so you're not trying to ram your card in through a friction fit. And on top of that, each of these center divots has a little bump that sticks out. And because it's vase mode, these are flexible. And because they're flexible, it pushes the plastic out of the way. So it provides a very light friction fit, and the cards don't come out. Oh, that one came out. But it provides, I shook it pretty hard, but it provides a light friction fit that's compliant. The plastic bends. And so the your SD cards are not likely to just dump all over the place. They will fall out if you shake hard enough, of course. But and it's all vase mode, so it's virtually error proof. I could also make it without the floor here, without I can cut away that base there so that you can put it on backwards if you want, but I have no need to. But yeah, and it's just all vase mode. So it takes very little plastic, prints very fast. And so I'm actually very proud of that. I also now have a store up. So I redid my website. So I'm redoing the website. I got it looking a little nicer. This is basically just a portal page. So it links to all my social media, links to all my major YouTube channels and websites. And well, this is for full-size SD cards. This is for micro. Oops. This is for full-size SD cards. This is for micro SD cards. So obviously, you can't use them for the same thing. And you don't want one like this for full-size SD cards because it'd be huge. And you can't really make one like this for micro SD cards because they're too small. So a compromise is this style, which displays the SD cards semi-horizontally. So your cards, just let me show you. So with this one here, your cards just fit in like this. So your cards just go in like that. And then you just slide them out like that. So this is a compromise between the two styles. The problem I had with this one was that this was simply too hard to close and open for my hands, and if I jerked a little bit, all the cards would fly out. So I made a hybrid version that was a mix of both of these. So I took the insides of this and put it inside this, and then shortened it as much as I could. And I actually made lids for it, but they didn't come out that great. Too much bleeding between the colors. Because I printed a whole set of them. As you see, there's just a ton of bleeding between the colors. So I gotta work on that. Seems to mostly be the orange. The other colors printed okay. Oh, here it is. Here's my hybrid. Here's my hybrid version. So you can see it's a whole lot thinner than this one, but it's a little bit thicker than this one, just a little bit. And it's got the knurling on the edge, so you can actually grip the thing. And then it has that display style inside. So if you go to my Thingiverse page, you'll be able to find this under my remixes. But without the logo. But that's the best compromise. They're semi-flat, so you can actually see the cards, and it's also relatively thin without being so thin that it's hard to handle. Because this one's just difficult to handle. It's just so thin, and there's no teeth to grip. So this one just works a little bit better. So that's my remix of taking these two to make my own third hybrid. The hey, that looks like it's going to print good. Exactly. I got big fingers too, so that little one was really hard to maneuver and handle. It's annoying. Let me see if I actually posted that. I might not have. Thingiverse. But I got my new page that I'm working on. It's looking nice. I also now have a digital store. So if you go here, now most of the stuff you can get on Thingiverse for free, or printables for free, but I also have them for sale on here. Including, I'm going to try this out, see how well this works. I have no idea if it's going to work, where you could buy the tie and I'll customize it for you. So if you want me to add a logo to it, I can do that. But yeah, I'm going to experiment with this and try it out. But again, if you don't want to pay for them, they're all available on Thingiverse and printables for free. And I have links to my Thingiverse and printable profiles now on here. So if we click that, it'll take me to my Thingiverse page. So yeah, here's the Evase Mode SD card. Here's my modification of that case. It looks like I do not have the other case uploaded yet. Let me find. I'll have to find those files later today and get them posted for this hybrid SD card case. This would help if I turned on that. There we go. This will probably work better if I stick it up here like that. But I'll have this version uploaded later. No, I won't be getting no MK4. Not unless Mr. Prusa wants to be so kind as to send me one. I won't be getting an MK4. Where am I going to get $1,000 for a printer? I do have a Magician X2 coming in. So that's sometime after April 15th. I should have the Magician X2. Hopefully. They said they're going to send it once it gets into the FBA at Amazon. So that'll be good. Then I got my printables page here too. Oh, I found out how long it'll take you to get yes, I did. It was amazing. Wow, what results he got. Once you complete all of these things here, you can collect 10,000 Prusa mints to get a free Prusa Mini. And yeah, so unless you get a lot of this, so unless you're someone like Chelsea or Motive Mint or something like that, you know, somebody who uploads incredible models, they get thousands and thousands of downloads. But otherwise, for the average person making 10 models a day, it's going to take you 8.3 years to save up enough Prusa mints to get a free printer. And that's only if you do 10 makes every single month. And you can max out at 100 Prusa mints a month. So assuming you don't get much of this, because most of us aren't designers, assuming you're just doing this, and that requires you to print 10 things a month, okay? It's a lot of printing. It would take you 8.3 years to get up enough Prusa points to get a free Prusa. Oh, boy. Thank you, friendship. I appreciate it. The Atomic just came out with a new bubblegum iridescent uh filament. I love the iridescent filaments. Here's their indigo, sparkling indigo filament. So that's the really nice, like violet indigo sparkling translucent filament. And I made some helicopters. So that's a little helicopter thing. Doesn't work that great though. I mean, it works, but I can't even get it to hit my ceiling, no matter how hard I pull it. I tried increasing the pitch, hoping I'd get more, vertical lift initially, even though it wouldn't spin as long. But I just don't get much hang time. It spins good, it's stable. It doesn't go very high. I want this thing to hit the ceiling, like a 50-foot ceiling. I want to be able to go right and have this thing go zoom straight. Ooh, that hurts. Have this thing go straight up, and for some reason mine just doesn't, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's drag, mass, or aerodynamics. What plastic did you use to print the blade, and which blade did you print? Because this is the biggest blade. I'm going to try smaller blades, figuring they'll have higher rotational velocity when they take off. I mean, this part works great. I just had to shrink the gear by 0.4 millimeters, and I had to shrink this by 0.2 millimeters, and then it worked fine. Well, the problem is you're gonna see it for about 4 seconds, or 4/10 of a second. Oh wow, that didn't even take off. Why didn't that take off? I've never had it not take off. There it goes. Hey, that hit the ceiling. A bunch of popcorn went everywhere too. Got that stupid popcorn finish on the ceiling. Let's see if I can send it back that way so you guys can see it. There you go. That's the taller one that didn't work as well. That worked a little bit better. Okay. I'm going to try making a smaller diameter because I want it to go higher. Plus, it'll print faster. But I got to figure out, what does it need? Does it need more mass on the ring? Does it need lower mass, higher mass? Is it too rough? Is the blade pitch too high? I don't know. I got to figure out what the aerodynamics is to so I want to make a zoomer. I want to zing it. I want to zoom, zoom. Basically, when I go to Rocky Mountain Murph, I want to be able to send this thing across the entire hall and let the kids go chase after it. Yeah, I'm going to use the smaller one. And but otherwise, this worked great. I didn't even add any lubricant or anything, and this works absolutely fantastically. PLA is kind of self-lubricating. If you work it back and forth enough, it kind of lubricates itself, gets smoother. You can't do 7 walls. There's not enough room. There's only room for 2.5 walls. What do you mean, this part here? This part, there's enough room for 3 walls, which is 6 total, both sides. This part, of course, you can do as many as you want. But, yeah, this beautiful print. Just I had to modify those 2 pieces. The shaft fit in with a little bit of work, and the bottom pivot fit in. It didn't require any glue. I didn't have to glue it. So far, it's showing no indication of coming apart on me, so I'm not going to glue it. Because once you glue it, you can never take it apart. You can never service it. There are a few changes that I might make. I might lengthen the whole thing, because I'd like to move the gear down a little bit. I'd like to have the gear down here instead of up here, because it's really hard for me to get a hold of this and not have my knuckles hit the blade, because I have big hands. So I'd like to shift it up a little bit so that I have room for my hands to get in here. And but yeah, it came out beautifully. He did a gorgeous job designing it. I'm very, very pleased with that. So, now I want to make an electric version. They had one of the ones of these where as long as it's spinning, the blade stays locked in place, and then when it stops spinning, then the blade disengages. You can design that with an angled lock mechanism, so that the angle keeps the parts locked together until it slows down, and then the part separates. But then you hold out the handle like this and go, and as soon as you let go, Boom! I remember those as a kid, little battery powered handle, and you just hold the button until it gets up to full speed, and as soon as you let go of the button, boom! Those were great. I wish I knew what that was called. I wonder if anybody still makes something like that. Um, I'll have to look around. That was like 30 years ago, 35 years ago. But that was fun. Oh man, that was fun. If only I had a 3D printer 35 years ago. Oh my god, because what would happen is you'd lose the damn blades. Eventually, you'd get stuck in a tree, on a roof, or something like that, and you'd still have the handle, but you'd lose the blades. So, being able to print new blades would have been amazing. You'd have been the coolest kid on the block if you could print new blades. Print out 100 of them and just all over the neighborhood. You know what else would work? Oh, you'd have to print them pretty strong. A Dremel. Just put that head on a Dremel. Ooh. Wear your PPE if you try that. Ooh, why am I yawning? But yeah, definitely wear your PPE if you're going to try that, because there's a chance those will shatter. Hit 10,000 RPM with one of those. Oh, man. Oh, now I'm going to have to design and print ahead to try that. Now I'm going to have to try that. The problem is my Dremel is an on-off. So you press the button, low, medium, high, off. What I need is a Dremel that is momentary. Press on, release, off. There you go. The RC industry would have been totally revolutionized. It would have been completely different. Oh man, the effect that would have had. Jesus. That would have been incredible. No, see, the problem is you need to be able to turn it off. You need to be able to release and turn the thing off. Because the way you do this is, like, for example, this here is just a post with a shaft that fits inside of a post. And the way those worked, however, is it looked kind of like a distorted propeller blade where the surfaces were angled. Okay? So this was the surface inside the helicopter, and this was the surface on the shaft. And so as you can see, if I'm pushing into this can't lift up because it's an angled surface, and this surface is pushing against it. But push, push, push. As soon as you release, boom, it can take off. And that's what allowed it to get up to the higher speeds. Otherwise, it would take off as soon as it had enough lift to overcome the friction on the device. So this one here, in theory, if you pull hard enough, it'll take off before you finish pulling. As soon as the lift on the blade is sufficient to overcome the friction on the shaft, it'll take off. Now, maybe this, you won't be able to do that, but if you're spinning it with an electric motor, you're going to hit takeoff speed before the motor reaches full speed. So what they did was they made an angled head, an angled set of paddles inside, so that it would actually hold on to. You can see this. If you guys remember the pull string helicopters, the hand with the string inside and the pull handle, and you had the helicopter design with the big 3-bladed helicopter, that has that kind of a head, where it actually holds the model until you let up. And once you let up, then the model's released. That allows you to get to full speed before the thing takes off. But you also need one where you can simply turn it off, where you can just let go of the button and have it turn off. With mine, my little battery-powered USB Dremels, you can't do that. It's, because it's high, medium, low, off, or low, medium, high, off. And so I'd have to toggle through the modes. In the meantime, it's going to whack me in the face. What I need is a way of interrupting the power. I need a way of cutting off the power like that. And those little battery-powered Dremels don't do that. What might do it? A nail file Dremel. I wonder if those are on-off. Let's find out. Nail rotary. Let's look at this. Well, this does have an on-off button. Not what I want, though. This looks like... That looks like a chuck release. And that's a speed control. However, I think the only way I could do one of these would be to be able to, if that's a mechanical on-off, like if that thing is also the switch that turns it on and off, this could work. Because what you could do is you can unplug the battery. I don't even know if this has a battery. This might not even have a battery. This might be just powered. This might actually work. Yeah, this could work, and I'm betting you that power supply puts out 5 volts, which means I could run this off of a USB battery, and then just yank the USB plug to cut the power, or even wire in a momentary on-off switch. This could work. I'm going to save this into my list. You are going to go under Project Goodies. Okay. So that could absolutely work. Since if it's not battery powered, if it's just plug-in powered, all I gotta do is replace this plug with a battery, because it's probably 5 volts, and then just interrupt the power. Don't do that, because your enamel does not grow back. Once you cut through your enamel, that tooth's coming out one way or another. So yeah, don't do that. Here's one that's already battery powered. It's $79. Yeah, I could just buy this $11 one and plug it into a USB battery pack. Okay, that should work. So here's the same thing. It plugs into a battery. Maybe I should sell conversion kits. You know something? That might be a... I don't know how well these things sell, but I can buy a 10,000 milliamp USB battery pack for $10, and I could buy this for $12. That's $22. Add $1 for a USB cable, and now I could sell it for half what these sell for. Sell for $40. That might be something I could look into, maybe. But yeah, that I'm betting there's a pretty good chance that power supply, I can't read it. Can I download it? Yes. Oh, I can't quite read it. I can't quite see what the voltage is. It looks clearer than that. Let me try a print screen. Maybe the downloaded image is not as clear. I don't see how that would be. No, still not readable. Enhance, zoom, rotate, enhance. That there actually might be enough data here to enhance that, but it's borderline. It probably says DC. It could be 7 volts. Either which way, a buck boost will handle that. And I should be able to run this thing. Does it tell you anywhere what the power is? US plug, 110 volts. .2 amp would be what it would be. This is a battery powered Dremel that's not got a battery. So it might be 7 volt, 120 amp, 1.2 amp. Oh, here's one for 10. We're going to add that to the list. Project goodies. Same exact thing, $2 cheaper. And I would probably design my bit to attach to this bit right here. That's a threaded bit right there. So design my print head to attach to that. The best thing to do would be to try to break the end of one of these to make it asymmetrical, and then heat set insert it into the plastic. Ah, there it is right there. It's right over here. It's just past there. The numbers. And I bet you this will run off 5 volts. Oh, there it is. Oh, 50, 60 hertz, 100 to 240 volts. I need to see the power supply. I mean, this does not take 110 volts. The power supply takes 110 volts, and then it converts it to 5 or 7 volts. But they don't show. They don't show the output of the power supply. Oh, that's a scathing review. Well, no excuse, dude. You should know better. I wonder if there might be some merit in making these battery powered to sell to people. Because look at these, look at the prices. It's just a USB Dremel plugging into a battery pack, and they're selling for $70. That's incredible. Wait a minute. 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 USB. Maybe they already make one that's USB. Yes, they do. There it is. For $1 less. There it is with the USB port. Okay. I don't have to modify one. We'll save that one. Wow. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, man. So, yeah, it's 5 volts. I wonder, is there a USB-C? So I don't have to worry about that stupid special plug. You see, I hate when it does this. Amazon does this a lot, where they don't want to show you a listing without stuff in it. And so what they'll do is if not enough comes up for what you searched, they'll just put stuff in there that's similar. The problem is it's not what I asked for. I asked for USB-C. If there's none that are USB-C, I want you to tell me no results. Tell me there's none. Because I've done this where, I've looked up 12 volt fans and it's shown me 24 volt fans. And I ordered it not realizing that fucking thing showed me 24 volt fans, even though I specifically said 12 volt. And I get the fans in and they're 24 volt fans and I can't use them. Or vice versa. It's like, it should not do that. If it's not available, tell me it's not available. See, for an initial, I'd probably go with a better quality one eventually, but for an initial test, I want to be as cheap as possible, just because I don't have a lot of money. So I'll get the $10 one, and then just to see if it works. Oh, that looks like a USB plug on the end, but it looks like a micro USB plug. Are you gonna finish loading? Built-in battery, I can't use. Well, it has an on-off switch. If that on-off switch is immediate, if you don't have to press and hold it, that'll work. Wait, that might be a USB-C cable. Well, no, I'll be doing small ones, and it doesn't. You really don't need that much torque. You don't want this doing 20,000 RPM. If you spin one of these blades at 20,000 RPM, it's gonna shatter and take your eyeballs out. All right, 500 to 1,000 RPM, more than enough. You don't want to spin that fast. Okay, so it doesn't actually say there. It just says USB charging cable. It doesn't say what kind of USB cable. Long press to on, short press to pause. Okay, that'll work. If the pause is the same thing as stopping the rotary, that would work. So you'd long press to turn it on. Once it got to full speed, tap the power button again, and it would take off. But what kind of... Hey, USB Type-C charging. Nice. So, obviously I can't afford that right now, even with the 10% coupon, but I'm going to save that one. Just because I like USB-C. Let's put that under my USB-C gadgets list. This, by the way, is how I add stuff to my store on Amazon for you guys to look at. USB-C gadgets and tools. And they have it in rose gold and looks like gunmetal gray. I actually like the rose gold. But, and it's got a screen. It's got a built-in battery. You can turn it on and off. That's cool. I like that. I would just have to make a bit to fit that. Ideally, I would need to find a like a socket bit that fits this, so that I can design a socket into the 3D print instead of just depending on a friction fit, because that friction fit will fail over time, and that would be annoying. Where is my... Oh, it's going to be here. Yeah, you definitely want to be careful with that kind of thing. Like, it's the kind of thing where I'd hold it over my head, so if it shattered, it didn't take anybody's eyeballs out. So you can see here, there's actually a slot that runs along the entire length here. And then the distance between this point and this edge here is 0.8 millimeters. So all these slots are fused together, and these side walls also fuse to it. It also fuses here and here, here because that's the entry point, and here as well. So this is actually surprisingly rigid. It's surprisingly strong. And then you can see in here, I have these little dimples pop out. They don't go all the way down. So they don't actually touch the floor. This does, but not this dimple. This dimple is you can see that dimple is a couple, it's a little bit of up off the floor there. And because this is a single wall, this here will push on the card, which will cause this curved wall here to flex. And so it grips the card without wearing out the plastic in theory, and also without actually pressing hard on the card. It's a very gentle squeeze. So you're not going to, you don't risk, some of these are so tight that I worry about destroying the SD card to get them out. Like this one was, this original one was a little tough getting those SD cards out when I got them in there. Now, of course, if you worked them in and out a couple times, they'd loosen up, but you might destroy your SD cards in that time. So this is vase mode, and it's also got compliant grippers, so that it'll hold on to the. I might make those compliant grippers a little bit thicker, but it'll hold on to the memory cards without squeezing them, without hurting them, and so you end up with the necessary grip to hold on to your cards. Now you can shake it pretty good, and one came out. Okay, not bad considering how hard I shook it. But yeah, so the you have some level of grip, so it doesn't just dump your cards everywhere without actually applying a whole lot of force to your cards. So that worked. I did that in Proto Pasta Imperfect Pasta. I'm gonna cry when that runs out because that'll be it, no more. But that came out pretty good. The hard part was actually making the lid, because you can't just scale the lid up. If you scale the lid up bigger, then this point no longer lines up with this point. So what I had to do is I had to cut this model into multiple pieces. I probably can show you. There you go. So you can see I had to cut this model into 3 pieces. So I had to extend this piece out to get the width that I need to accommodate the length of the unit. And then once I did that, and I made it one piece, then I could adjust this width to adjust this fit side to side without messing up the aspect ratio, without messing up the what do you call it? This face has to stay conformal to this face, which means I can't change the length. I can't change the X dimension of this piece. Now this piece here is symmetrical along this dimension, so I can stretch this out like that without affecting it. But I can't stretch this out on X because then it's not going to be conformal to this. So I had to stretch the ends to get my fit, and then stretch the Y to get the fit this way. If you were using a real CAD program like Fusion or Onshape or something like that, you can actually tell it to redraw this object with a parameter of X distance from this surface. So that would be a little bit easier and something like that. Well, not so much easier, but reproducible. You don't have to break your object up into 3 pieces and scale them experimentally like I did. You'll be able to say, okay, I want you to be conformal to this with a 0.25 millimeter deviation, and it would actually do that for you. That's called constraints. Here's his that I modified. So his originally, there was originally dimples here to allow the lid to lock in. I think his printer was massively under extruding, and so this was probably a loose fit for him, and so the dimples would actually hold the lid in place. On my printers, even after going down to 90% extrusion multiplier, that's why I think his printer was massively under extruding. I was down to 90% extrusion multiplier and it was still too damn tight. I also chevron the corners, chevron the edges. I cleaned up the surfaces, and I made the bottom all solid instead of having a lip here. So you can't put this, you could put this inside this and sit it on the desk. And then I also took his Lost Arts logo, which was originally down here. But the problem is that makes your first layer more complex, and for my victims who have trouble with first layer, that would be problematic. So I got rid of the name there and I put it up here instead. since this is only a 0.2 millimeter deviation on the sidewall, they're not going to have a problem. This will print just fine. You'll have some ringing, but it'll print fine. You can see the ringing on here. There you go. So you can see you got some pretty aggressive ringing. Because I use this printer for fast prints, so I don't slow things down. I just crank it out. Hey, Matt. And so I kept his logo on there. I just put it on the side. It looks more professional that way anyway. But now you lose the ability to invert it, but now it actually fits properly. And the SD card slots are not too tight. I did something similar to what I did here. I made it so that these are curved, so that if it's tight, it's only tight right here in the middle, and it loosens up as you get to the edge. This way it's not crushing your SD card. And that worked out very well. So now when you put an SD card in, it's still a snug fit, but it's not going to destroy your SD cards. Because, I mean, that was so tight that I was actually genuinely concerned that it was going to destroy the SD cards. And now it fits, you know, it fits fine. The first time I put his together, I couldn't get them back apart again. I had to get a knife and put it in the crack and start wedging at it until I got it apart. And it took like 10 insertions before it became usable. Now you can't do this anymore. Although actually you can. That actually still fits in there. That wedge actually wedges itself in there because I have the beveled edge here and the beveled edge here. That actually works. So you can still invert it. Do that if you want. And it'll actually sit there and stay. You know, it doesn't just fall out. I didn't expect that to work. That was pure dumb luck. But yeah, so that's up there. That is posted, that one. I still have to post this one. But that came out real nice. I'm super pleased with how that came out. Working on a new model, the Centuri Argus. Oh, that's going to be, it's a simple model with a couple of transitions. Super easy to fab that up. Jack Hydrazine made this Enerjet fin can. I remade it so it can print in vase mode, and also got rid of some of the sharp edges which were not slicer friendly. And now of course I am upscaling it to 3-inch class. So here's the booster. The only problem I'm having is Pet G is too soft. It keeps warping. See how the fin's all warped? I mean, it's solid. It'll hold together. It'll be fine. It just doesn't look pretty because of the warping. See all the warping in it? The cylinder prints fine, but flat surfaces are a problem. And this is mostly a flat surface. It's angled, but it's mostly a flat. It's solid. It's all together. It's attached, but it's all like really nastily warped. See? And that's just the nature of PETG when you print thin wall PETG. I think the only way I could fix that is by adding more ribs. I got to see what my maximum deviation for ribs is. You know, this is a good deviation for PLA, about 15 millimeters or so, 20 millimeters you can get away with. But obviously PETG needs it to be tighter, or I need more of a curve. Again, the cylinder, those print perfect. I think the curved shape is naturally reinforcing. Doesn't give it much place to warp, but because these are long, flat surfaces, they're able to warp as the plastic shrinks. So I got to see how many ribs do I have to add, and maybe figure out a way of doing zigzag ribs to give the PETG more structure to hold on to, so it doesn't warp so much. Maybe do it from both sides. Maybe have ribs on this side and ribs on this side to give it more back and forth structure. But because I like the idea of doing my parts out of PETG because it has a 73 degrees Celsius working temperature, which is a really big deal inside of a hot car. Also on a hot summer day, like you could print, like black might still warp in the sun, but other darker colors You know, like this dark blue, that might not warp in the sun with a 73-degree warp working temperature. That might hold up to sunlight, and it would definitely hold up inside your car. So I got to figure out how to do that. I got to figure out a way to make that work. What's annoying is it means that I have to make two versions of every model. A PLA version with less ribs, or I could just use the more ribs with the PLA version as well, but why have more ribs if you don't need it? That's weight that you don't need. So I got to figure the nose cone's just about finished. I modified the nose cone so the whole thing should be vase mode now. And it worked. That top came out perfect. And we need another sleeve. We're going to print another sleeve. I love flex plates. No manufacturer should make a printer without flex plates anymore. There's no excuse. Let that cool down a little bit. Hey, that feels good. Yeah, it feels good. Does it fit? Yes. It fits very well, in fact. That fits fantastically. In fact, I just might leave that tight and then just have the nose cone pop off and put a hook inside there for the nose cone. Oh, that might work. I want to keep it as simple and as light as possible. No, I have not made my own rocket motors. I'd like to try making some sugar motors at some point. But no, I have not ever tried to make my own rocket motors. What are you? Get out of there. And you, clean you off. That really came out good. Like, that's a perfect fit. Nice little nose cone, too. And light. Super, super light. Although the nose cone is the one place where it's okay to be heavy. Because you need the weight for the balance. There we go. Is that going to come off clean? Nope. It's not. PETG brims suck. You're either too close and it fuses to the model, or you're too far and it doesn't help hold the model down. It's like a no-win scenario. You're screwed either way. And you know what's really annoying? This is not PETG, but it acts like PETG. This is PLA. This is Color Me 3D Gold PLA. Gold translucent. You can't get it anymore. I think the company's out of business. I haven't heard anything from the guy in a long time. What annoys me is when the brim goes down perfect. Like silky smooth, solid, all perfect. And then it starts printing the part and it's not perfect. I wonder, does it print the brim at a different height than the part? Does it like lift up the nozzle to print the part? I don't like the way that goes together. I got to bring it to a point. I mean, I got ribs now, so it doesn't totally separate. But yeah, that's a nice closure. Just a little open tip on the top, like that. That allows me to print that whole thing in vase mode. What I might do is increase the height of this section here so that I can put an eyelet in here That way I can instead of I was going to make this part of the nose cone, but then I would have to make this a little bit smaller to create a looser fit. See how it's a little bit tight. That's good for joining the parts together, but not so good for joining the body tube together. You want a bit of a friction fit. So the idea is the eyelet would be on this part here, and then you would just glue these two parts together. And now you have your nose cone with your eyelet for inserting into the body tube. So, two-piece nose cone. But the problem is this needs to be loose enough to install into here and pop out. So if this is not loose enough to pop out, that's a good friction fit for putting tubes together, but not a good friction fit for making sure the nose cone actually ejects when you fire the ejection charge. It keeps breaking on me. I think that's the plastic. Yeah, it's shattering. I can feel it. It's coming apart. Yeah, it's just tearing it up. So I gotta make that a little smaller. There we go. And then you'd put your next tube on top. So you'd print 2 of these, and as many of these as you want to connect together. And then I'd have another one that's going to be a motor mount. I'm going to make it 0.2 smaller and see what happens. Go from there. I think I got that light enough. I think I'm going to make that a little thicker. That's really light. And I think I'll do the 10mm version, so it has a little more meat to it. It's a good friction fit now, but I think it's a little too much of a friction fit for as lightweight as I want to make the parts. So I'll have to work on that. Nose cone I'm pretty satisfied with. I got to bring this down to a point so that it prints a single layer at the bottom. But otherwise, nose cone's nice. I might make it taller. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty good. Not bad. I should be able to simply stretch that. Pringles, don't you dare. Thinking about falling. So let's make this. Now you see, this is something else that annoys the hell out of me with Tinkercad. It alters my dimensions just on a whim. This was 72.8 last night. Now it's 72.78. Why did it change to 72.78? The problem is vase mode can be broken if you change the size. The X and Y is not going to break it, but Z will. If your part is 25mm tall and Tinkercad changes it to 25.01mm, which I've had it do, it will not slice correctly. Because for some reason, the slicers require the vase mode part to be evenly divisible by your layer height. So if I'm printing at 0.2mm, 25 is evenly divisible by 0.2. 25.01 is not. And so the slicer introduces an artifact right in the middle of the print. It just picks a random point right in the middle of the print. It just picks a random point right in the middle of the print and puts an artifact. If I get rid of the 0.01, print's perfect. Slice is perfect. No idea why. It's really annoying. Also, if you have a part that has a trouble printing in vase mode, like you have, some parts are too thin, use a smaller nozzle without using a smaller nozzle. So for example, I had one print, I got tired of trying to edit it, and I just changed to a 0.3 nozzle, sliced fine. I was like, how close? I tried 0.35 nozzle, sliced fine. 0.37 nozzle, sliced fine. 0.39, artifact. 0.38, no artifact. So I sliced it at 0.38 nozzle size. And then what I did was I increased my extrusion multiplier 5%. Because if you lower your nozzle size by 0.1, that's a 2.5% change in filament volume. So a 0.2 millimeter, a 0.02 millimeter change would be a 5% change in volume. So I set the nozzle size for 0.38 and then set the extrusion multiplier to be 5% higher than my default. I was at 0.92, so I set it for 0.97. That got me the exact same 0.4 millimeter extrusion, but allowed the slicer to correctly slice the part. So that's a neat little trick to force the slicer to do what you want. Every 0.01 you have to lower the nozzle size, increase your flow by 2.5%. And this way you'll get the correct flow, and you'll also get a correct slice. I told you I'll make you do what I want. You don't have a choice. Let's make this 72.6. 6 by 72.6. Why did you do that? I hate when it ignores me. So we're going to make that 72.6. This was truly a good fit. So I'm going to alter this back to a tighter fit, because that was a really good fit. So we're going to go back up to 73.6. 6. No. 0.2. We want a tighter fit. Yeah. 73.2. Okay. Now I have to recenter these. Really? I hate when it does that. Center on this. I had to make this 24 sides because the parabola nose cone is only 24 sides. And if you don't match up, they won't fuse. Okay, so now we should be able to join that together. And now what I want to do is I want to bevel this edge a little more. So we're going to put this here in the center. Turn this into a hole. Increase the base radius until it's as big as the model, like that. And then increase the top radius to get me the angle that I want. That looks pretty good. And then we're going to sling this down a little bit. This we can increase the number. We should probably leave it at 24 to match the cone. Now I think about it. Now what we have to do is we know the distance from here to here is 0.8. So what we have to do is we have to lower this part until we just see the tip. Just like that. And that will get us a 2 perimeter base layer, which will seal the part. And join that. There. That angle's probably not enough, now that I think about it. That's probably at a 0.3 millimeter layer height, that's going to cause a problem. Which means I need to increase the top radius more to increase my angle. then bring it down until I get my proper 2-perimeter joint. Yeah, that should work. There's some wiggle room there. There we go. That'll print okay. Good. So the cone is good. This, we're going to increase the beveling because that is an insufficient bevel. Okay, so how do we want to do that? I guess we will make a cone 72.6. Oh no, we want an edge. No, we have to do it. It's an inside edge. 72.6 by 72.6. All right. Increase the number of sides. Increase the height until we get a good angle. Turn that into a hollow. Drop a cylinder. Increase the sides. Make it the same, 72.6. 72.6 tab. 72.6 tab. And then we join these two together. First we center them. That's not what I wanted. Go. Okay. Bring this up to here like this. And we join these together. Turn that into a hole, and now we have a chamfer tool to put a steeper edge into this. We align them on the center. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Actually, we can do this. Nope. Okay. Then we bring this up until we are chopping the edge. That looks good. Now to increase the angle, we shorten this. And that's approaching the limit, 45 degrees. We might need to sink it further. There we go. Okay. So now we Control D this. And we join it with this. I have no cuts in the top of this, so it won't break the top. But that angle might be too much for a 0.3 layer height. Then we do the same thing on this side. There we go. So that'll give me a better chamfer for shoving the I might want to stretch that more. That just seems too steep. So if we increase this, and then we decrease this, will that work? That might not work. Yeah, that's not going to work. It's breaking the edge. I know how to make it work, though. I just have to make this bigger. Now we'll get a clean cut. It might break my vase mode a little bit, but we know how to trick that now. Let's break this apart so I can do the other end first. Okay, that looks clean to me. Okay, now we do the same thing on this side. Increase the height. Not both of them, you dumbass. Increase the height to decrease the angle. Increase the size so we get a full overlap. Align them again since we are 1/4 millimeter off. Now bring it down. That should do it. That'll give me a nice chamfer, which will make inserting it into the body tubes a lot easier. Bring it up to 0. And then we want to loosen this up a little bit. So let's go 215.5. 215.5 by 215.5. What? They made it smaller. Did I do something wrong? Oh yeah, duh. I can't do that. I have to do it this way. I guess 10.1? No. What's 0.1 gonna do here? I gotta do what I did before. Increase the height of this to something crazy. Now I can do a what is my current dimension? 215.24. So we do a universal change to here, which is going to increase that to 0.39. Let's go a little bit more. That's good. And then we lower this back down to 10. Okay. Now, part of my printing problem was the lack of a chamfer on this side. No, I do have a chamfer on this side. It just wasn't enough, I guess. I could fine-tune that later. Actually, there's a way I could fine-tune that now. And that works because I have that. So if I take this and duplicate it, rotate it 180 degrees, drop it into the model like this. Boom. Now I have the chamfer on both ends. It's a little taller, but that's okay. Oh, it's not going to let me move it yet because it's not finished combining. Now I have that nice point on both ends. Okay. Oh, crap. It's joining it with the ring. I hate when it does that. It's joined with one of these. First, let's hide this, delete this, bring this back. Okay, now they're gone. Okay. I can shorten this if I have to later. I probably do want to shorten it. How much do I want to shorten it? Let's do that now. Let's make this 5. That'll work. Split it in half. Now we take this and duplicate it. Rotate it 180. Bring it down to 1 millimeter. So we do have an overlap. And that will make this, what, 9 millimeters tall? Yeah. Now, if I want to make it shorter, like I would like to go down to, let's see. Let's go -3. Let's go -2. That looks like a clean overlap. Join them. Of course it selected something else. It selected this nose cone all the way back here for no possible reason whatsoever. It just decided, I want that nose cone too. It wasn't even on the screen. Sometimes, man, sometimes. There we go. Now we have a nice short one. 7 millimeters, that's a good compromise. And they both come to beveled edges. So the print should be sealed, which will make it stronger. And it should also be easier to remove the brim. Okay. Let's get these 3 parts exported. Export. 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 We are getting closer and closer. Closer to perfection. Eventually I'm going to need to shell this because it's a little too thin. It's a little too flimsy. Although that doesn't feel too bad. Yeah, but it still feels like it wants to come apart. That's a little on the flimsy side. So I think I'm going to want to beef that up just a little bit. We already exported these. We have them downloaded here. And we are going to... So I still have to remake this one. Let's see. Pringles Max. Pringles sleeve. And Pringles nose. That should give me an overwrite request. Yeah, my UI crashing. My Explorer UI continuously. Man, it's freaking cold in here. Well, today should be our last cold day. 47 degrees today. I don't know why that shouldn't be that cold, but it feels freaking cold. I even got fleece pants on. But starting tomorrow, the temperatures are going up, and we're looking at 70s this week, baby. Oh yeah, finally. Look at that. 60 tomorrow, 66, 67, 74, 76, 75, 70, and then we're still in the 60s, getting back into the higher 60s. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. What's with all this partly cloudy bullshit? You know, we're supposed to have like 300 sunny days a year here. I'm just glad it's getting warmer. Okay. That's it for that. Now we bring up the slicer. Where is my Pringles? There it is. It always does this. It always changes the damn view mode. I never, ever want to see detail mode. Never. There's no time in my entire existence where I ever, in my life, want to see this mode. I never want to see this mode. Ever. Never. Ever. Ever. If I never saw this mode again for the rest of my life, I'd be okay with that. And yet, this is what it always defaults every goddamn folder view to. You know, Windows XP, Windows 7, I could change this and it would stay. Here, no. Windows says, I'm smarter than you. I'm going to do what I want, not what you want. It's so damned annoying. Let's see. So bring up this factory file. Yes, discard. Remove that. I might even try printing this in vase mode. I might see if that works. I'm not sure if it will. But then we should be able to slice this. Let's double check our settings. We don't need the top and bottom anymore. We just want one perimeter at 0.3 millimeters. Okay. And that brings our mass down to 12.5 grams. I wonder, does the mass include the brim? I believe it. Let's find out. 12.54 grams. And if we turn that off, yes, it does include the brim. The brim is over a gram. Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that. Huh. And that is not printing correctly. I made it too thin. So that wedge shape is too much of a wedge shape. How much do I need to take off? Looks like one layer. So it looks like it correctly slices this layer using 2 perimeters. But this layer, it's trying to use thin wall behavior, and the result is you get this wackiness. So I should be able to fix that. I'm surprised I can't fix it in here. Let's try perimeter only, see what it does. That did it. There we go, fixed it. I forced it to do it anyway. Do what I say. So now it's not breaking up the print. Because breaking up the print is going to make it print nasty. And that weighs 11 grams. Not bad. And I can make that taller if I need to. So let's see, what happens if I go to 10 millimeters? We're 15 grams. So what happens if I go, let's go 8.5, 8.6 to keep even. No, yeah, to keep even with the 0.2 millimeters. Oh, we're breaking it apart again. But that gets us down to 13 grams. It's not a big enough difference to worry about. Let's leave it at the 7 and see what happens. The 7 with the manifold print and the The slightly taller and looser fit should help. Now, what happens if I make it 2 perimeters? That would make it substantially stronger. And it's still under 20 grams. And that would make for a substantially stronger print. Now, why is it doing that? What if we do a Z offset of 0.1 and we make it 7.1 tall? Negative 0.1. That's probably that thin wall. It's too thin to print. Now let's see what that looks like. It's still doing that first and then doing that. I don't want that. No, that's too far. Negative 0.3. That looks solid. There we go. Now we have a solid print. Is that 2? Yes, it is 2. It's a little tight. So we should edit this a little bit. Do that. What I think we're going to do is make this 7.4 tall. Come on. And then we're going to lop off 0.2 millimeters from the bottom. 0.4. 0.4. And was that all the way down? Because if that was not all the way down, it's not going to, yep, that's not going to work. Duh. What are you doing now? Okay. This needs to be at 0. I need the bottom to have a little more bite for the print. All right, let's try that. Top still prints good. And now the bottom prints nice and clean, and we actually have a little bit more separation. I could probably increase that a little bit more. Matter of fact, I think I will. Because if you have too much squish, it'll lift itself off the bed. So we split this, and we make this 0.5. Take away a little bit more of it. And keep our parts happy, get this back up to 7 millimeters. Still looks good. That's better. See, now we have 2 pretty distinct lines, but there's still almost no gap. That's what we want right there. Much, much better. Okay. And why I hate when it defaults to that folder. I never want to save something in that folder ever in my life. So we're gonna do. We're just gonna get rid of this one. We're just going to call it this one. Okay. And then we save factory file. That's done. Now let's get the other ones done. Pringles. Nope, this one. Now we bring in the Pringles nose factory file. Discard, yes. Get rid of the nose. Bring in the new nose. Print, yes. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Let's increase the separation of the brim. Let's go 0.2. Maybe I'll get a better peel. We want to save this as Pringles nose. Save the factory file changes. All right. Bring in the sleeve. Come on, do what I said. That was a G code. Okay. Delete that. Bring in the new sleeve file. Let's do the same thing here. Additions 0.2. Let's lower the extrusion to 0.96. Let's go 0.95 like everything else. That's 0.3. One wall, vase, okay. Save the factory file. Print. Export. Sleeve. Okay. Now we need to get rid of this. Copy. Excuse me. Do as you are told. We can delete you. Can I delete you now? Yes. Last night it wouldn't let me delete that. Okay. You guys are going to lose my audio for just a moment while I transfer these files to the USB card, which I have to unplug my microphone to do. Now the audio should be back. There we go. Just needed to transfer some files. Okay, quit, print, go to the end, and let's do the sleeve. This is the old style sleeve, so it's still going to have the same issues. Oh, we're peeling good. And then once I get these done right, I then have to, once I get these parts working correctly, then I gotta make the motor mount. Okay. So this is the last of the open ones, so the next one should print much better, which is gonna print right now. Let's get this dismantled. Let's leave that one in there. I get these out of here. There we go. It does not want to come out straight. There we go. And this should fit a lot better now too. That's tight fit. Trick is to get it out without destroying them. Why is it being such a nudge? This will be a lot easier. So now the whole point of this is I can stack Pringles lids like that. Ooh, that does fit better. Nice. So now I can stack Pringles cans. Now I can stack Pringles cans together. And then once I print another sleeve, the nose will fit on top. So I'll be able to make a rocket out of Pringles cans. That is good. I'll probably make that coupler taller. I'm keeping it short now to make it a fast print. But a taller coupler will be more of an interface between the two halves, and that's what you want. You need to give the adhesive something to grab onto. Good. I'm pleased with that so far. I love little Pez candies. Little Pez candies are good. I don't know why, they're just good. I don't even need the Pez dispenser. You know, we should try to do that. 3D print a Pez dispenser. That should be a 3D printable thing. And then we can make our own custom collectible Pez dispensers for any design we want. I wonder if that's still under patent. Like, I wonder if there's a patent protecting the Pez dispenser. Hell, I wonder if I just ask them if they'll say yes. As long as we don't use the Pez name. Because they might like the attention that'll bring to the product line. Strawberry. Fake strawberry, but strawberry. Yum, 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 yum. Oh my god. We don't do this very often because it's very expensive. But, you know what's amazing? For anybody over 30 years old, because I don't know if the younger generations do this as commonly because it got so much more expensive. So you know, for millennials, this might not be a common thing because it's so much more expensive today. Or maybe it is. I don't know. But in my generation, you would brown bag lunch to school when you couldn't afford to buy school lunch. School lunch wasn't free. You had to pay for it. And it was expensive, you know, and sometimes we could afford it, sometimes we couldn't. So we'd brown bag a lot. And it would be sandwiches, you know, ham and cheese, turkey cheese, whatever. It'd be a sandwich. Now here's the question. Well, it's not a question. It's just something of note. Making brown bag sandwiches was cheap, so that's what we would do. What's weird is cold cut sandwiches are no longer cheap. Lunch meat is expensive. It's like $7 a pound. And cheese is, even cheap cheese is $4 a pound. And decent cheese is $6 or $7 a pound. So making a cold cut sandwich nowadays is a luxury. It's no longer what poor people bring to lunch. It's what wealthy people bring to lunch because cold cut sandwiches cost a lot of money. I mean, I guess it's affordable if you put one piece of cheese and one piece of meat. But that's a pretty shitty sandwich. One piece of cheese is okay. Because cheese is a lot thicker. But one piece of meat, yeah, no, 3 or 4 slices. But at a rate of 3 or 4 slices, you only get about 3 sandwiches out of a half a pound of meat. That's over $1 just in meat per sandwich. Then you have to add the bread and the cheese and the mayo, and it's like, holy crap. Anybody else notice how much more expensive cold cut sandwiches are nowadays? Because I love, maybe it's just because that's what I grew up with, but I love cold cut sandwiches. I love getting, you know, turkey or ham or chicken, you know, meat, you know, sliced deli meat with some cheese. You know, sharp cheddar's the best. Maybe some Swiss every now and then, or some Munster. I love Munster. Heard something move. But every now and then, like every other month, we can't do it every month. It would take too much of our food budget. Every other month, every third month, I'll order a bunch of cold cuts. So this time I got her some hard salami because she loves hard salami. But I also got some ham and some turkey. And I got some Swiss and I got some sharp cheddar. And then of course we got the bread. But they also had a halfway decent deal on some Kaiser rolls. I love making Kaiser roll sandwiches. I got mushrooms, I got tomatoes. I forgot onions. I ran out of money. But I didn't get onions. I should have gotten onions. But I just made a couple of, you know, turkey and cheddar sandwiches with Miracle Whip, tomatoes, mushrooms. We got lucky. The mushrooms were fresh. They were nice, thick, big sliced mushrooms. They weren't the slimy, like on the border of going slimy, dark ones. Ugh. We got lucky. They were super fresh. And damn it, that sandwich was so good. If it didn't cost $7 a pound for the meat, and, you know, 40 cents a pop for the rolls, I would eat that every day. Fluff? Marshmallow fluff? Oh. Oh my God. That just made my stomach turn. My sister loves marshmallow fluff. I hate it. I think it tastes like plastic. Literally, I think it tastes like plastic. I can't stand it. Oh my God. She would probably love it because she's a sugar addict. Switch to that spray foam in a can. What do you mean? So whipped cream? I mean, that would just melt. Try to put it on a sandwich. Now, to save money, I bought the non-dairy oil-based whipped topping from Dollar Tree once, back in Pennsylvania, because our Dollar Tree here doesn't have refrigeration. The landlord won't let them install refrigeration. let me tell you, I threw the can away. That was so disgusting. It was so absolutely horrifyingly wretched. It, I, it stuck in my mouth. Like it stuck to the inside of my mouth. It was so disgusting that I had to go get some water to just keep gargling until I got it out of my mouth. I don't know how anybody could eat that. I mean, that's disgusting. I mean, the fluff is actually edible. I hate it, but it's edible. You know, you can tell what it is. It's a liquid marshmallow crap. But that fake whipped cream at the dollar store is wretchedly disgusting. I mean, I would classify that as non-edible. I would say that's a non-edible substance that nobody should be eating that. That's how bad. Fluff is okay. That's just a taste thing. I don't like it. But that fake whipped cream, absolutely wretched. I don't know how anybody could eat that. Just... but I would eat cold cut sandwiches for lunch every day of the week if I could afford it. Fresh Kaiser rolls, slice up tomatoes, get some banana peppers every now and then to put on it, some spinach, some rotisserie chicken, rotisserie turkey, different cheeses. Oh my God. That's luxury food to me. But when I was growing up in grade school, that was poor people's food. The only thing more poor people than cold cut sandwiches was peanut butter and jelly. It's the only way it got worse. Although I love peanut butter and jelly. Like, I guess I was a weird kid, but I love peanut butter and jelly. Even today, I love peanut butter and jelly. You want to make a good peanut butter jelly sandwich? Lightly butter the bread, make your peanut butter jelly, put it in the toaster oven. Oh, that's good. Let me tell you, that's good. You can use the butter spray. It's not the same, but it works. It still tastes pretty decent, and it's a hell of a lot less calories. But we do that with our grilled cheese. We use the butter spray, and it's still got it still has that butter taste. It still toasts up nice. It's not as good as real butter, but when you're 400 pounds, well over 400 pounds, you got to watch the calories or you're screwed. But yeah, that's good. But yeah, now even grilled cheese is crazy expensive. I mean, you can use garbage bread, but then it's gonna taste like garbage. So you're looking at $2 for a halfway decent loaf of bread for the cheap stuff. You don't want to use the 88-cent bread. That works for PB&J, but that doesn't work for grilled cheese. Um, but the bread is somewhat expensive, and but the peanut butter and jelly is still pretty cheap. You can still get on sale. You can still get peanut butter and jelly for $1 a bottle, $1 a jar. I have enough peanut butter to last me the next 10 years. I always buy a couple cases when they go on sale because it lasts a very long time. I probably still have a couple of the Planters crunchy peanut butter with cranberries in it. Oh, that stuff is so good. Especially with pineapple preserves. Ooh. It's very, very sweet, but it's good. I actually, when my dad was still alive, I had to hide the jars of the cranberry peanut butter from him because he would just eat it. Like, he would literally get celery sticks and eat it. And he'd get mad at me when I'd yell at him about it. I was like, Dad, that stuff is $7 a jar. I can't get any more of it. And you're just going to use it all up, and then you'll just switch to the other peanut butter. I was like, how about not eating up all the really expensive good stuff so that we can enjoy it every now and then? So I had to hide the damn jars. I ended up hiding them in my bedroom because I came into the pantry one day and all the shelves were torn apart. He was looking for where I hid the goddamn cranberry peanut butter. Oh my God. The grocery store sold it for like $4.99, $5.99 a jar or something like that. And the place where I go, well, they're closed now. They're gone. They went out of business. The bed sale sell foods. They had it for $1 a jar. I bought every one they had. I bought every jar they had. That was an incredible deal. I miss places like that. You don't realize how much food costs when you have access to affordable food, and not only can you eat, but you can eat well on a budget. When you're getting thick center cut boneless pork chops for $1 a pound, Yeah, I bought 40 pounds. They were individually vacuum sealed, so I bought 40 pounds and we filled the freezer. We enjoyed pork chops for about a year and a half. At that price, yeah. Some of those pork chops actually made it out here to New Mexico with me. The first 6 months we had pork chops there like once a week. um, but yeah, that doesn't exist out here. There's no place like that out here. Which is surprising. It's cattle country out here. You'd think you'd be able to get beef cheaper. Since I have the ability to vacuum seal and I have a meat slicer and stuff like that, once I get better situated here and you know, my money situation's a little better, I'm thinking about trying to go in with somebody to buy a whole cow, you know, buy a quarter or half, have it all butchered up, and then vac seal, because then it'll last several years in the freezer. And see what kind of price I get to going that route. Even if it ends up being a similar price to the grocery store, it'll be better quality, much better quality, because you'll get all the best cuts. Because when you buy from the grocery store, you never get the best cuts. The best cuts go to the restaurants. Typically, the only way you get the good cuts is when you buy the whole cow. You're never going to get the best cuts of steak at a grocery store, or very rarely. Not without paying up the ass for it. Because, you know, the restaurants buy up all of the best cuts. The good restaurants do. And so when you buy the whole cow, you know, you get the best of everything. You got the whole cow. Oh my God. Great stuff is what you're thinking of. The canned foam, the name brand version is called Great Stuff. The expanding foam. That's another thing that annoys me because I was just thinking, great foam, you can make that look like food. You can do something with that to make it look like food. And I hate the fact that the pictures they show us for food at restaurants never looks like the actual food you're going to get. That should be illegal. I'm not saying they have to cook real food and take pictures of real food. They can use fake plastic, metal, and paint to make, you know, good quality pictures of food, but they should make it look like the actual thing you're going to get. So if you're going to show a sandwich that's this thick, bursting with lettuce, tomato, and onion and juicy patties, then I need to get a sandwich that's bursting with lettuce, tomato, onion, and juicy patties. If you're gonna give me this squished, horrifying thing, exactly. And if the plastic food doesn't look as good as the real food, then what's the point? It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, go to look at a McDonald's menu and then order the item. I mean, it's like, what the fuck is this? That's not what was on the menu. All right, so yeah, you want to use fake plastic food? Fine, but make it look like what you're going to actually get. Really? Yeah, Japan is weird. Japan is, I would love to visit Japan, you know, spend a month in Japan, because Japan is a very weird place. They just do strange things. And they got vending machines for everything. I mean, you name it, they got a vending machine for it. From underwear to hot soup. Everything is available from a vending machine in Japan. They're definitely a very unique culture. Is there more vending machines than people? Really? I find that hard to believe. But if it's going to happen anywhere, it'd be Japan. Oh, they are such weird people, but that's why we like them. That's why they're so entertaining and so fun and so mesmerizing, because they're very unique. Fried bats, really? They have fried bats from a vending machine? Where would they even get the bats from? Like, do they farm them? Like, is there a bat farm somewhere in Japan? I heard there's a lot of good uses for the guano. It's owned by Batman. Oh, I don't think he'd be Batman very long if the bats found out they were dinner. I think that would piss them off a little bit. Wait. That's Larry? You're dead, Batman. Oh my god, that's insane. The Japanese are straight up nuts. They're crazy. Oh my god, they're crazy. Oh. A nation of crazy wackos. Well, part of it is that their life is so structured and so rigid that they need outlets. That's why they have a lot of kinks and weirdness and fetishes and stuff like that. Because their public life is so rigid and so structured that they need an outlet somewhere else. And so their private lives are a little weird. Akihabara, that's where I want to go. I want to go there so bad. And whatever the equivalent in China is, too. There's a couple places in China like that where you can just walk throughout the building and I'll take some of that, and I'll take some of that, and I'll take some of that. And it costs next to nothing. Build a 3D printer just by walking down the aisles of a warehouse and just take some of that. And... Exactly. That's what I like. I like all the little vendors selling all the little weird niche, all that unique niche stuff. And like they'll have entire shops dedicated to specific niche little things. It's pretty amazing stuff. Pretty amazing culture. It'd be really nice to go there when the cherry blossoms are kicking, because they have some areas that are just, when those cherry blossom trees start to go, are just mind blowing, just incredible. Is that now? That's what happened. It's springtime. I thought it was fall. No, actually, that makes sense, because you don't want the leaves. You want the blossoms, the flowers. So that'd be spring. Yeah. But some of the areas that they have manicured to take advantage of those cherry blossoms, oh my god, some of the pictures are just mind blowing. It used to be 1,300 return. What's that mean? You mean round trip flight? Huh. Well, Japan had to be extra careful with the pandemic, just like Italy should have been, because they have an aging population. They're saying within the near future, 1/5 of our entire United States driving population will be over 60. That'll be interesting, and I'll be among them. Watch out, here comes Chris. If I make it that far. We'll see if I make it 15 years. Self-driving cars are almost perfect drivers. The only time a self-driving car has a problem is when there's user error on the programmer side, or when it encounters a unique situation without enough protections to handle it. But in general, I'll take a self-driving car over a manned car any day. There's only one condition, though. I must have the ability to take control. I will never buy a self-driving car that I can't manually control. Because if you don't think that somebody is going to come up with a way to hack that car so that it gets off an exit and drives down a dark alley in the middle of nowhere where you have no choice but to allow yourself to be robbed or killed, you're dreaming. At the minimum, there must be an emergency off button where that car stops where it is. And it has to be mechanical, not software. That button needs to mechanically de-energize the motor. Disconnect power from the motor mechanically. Because if you do it in software, they can override that in software. Trust me, that will happen. There we go. Now they're lined up. But if I were to use short tubes, half tubes for the tube fins, then 3 of these would be enough for the body with the nose cone. With the full length tubes, you really need to go 4. So you can minimize the number of tubes. So the next thing I want to make, once I get all these parts done, is to make a tool to cut the tubes in half. Make a tool guide that you can put a knife into, a utility knife, to allow you to well, you eat the chips. Yeah. I need another rocket. Hurry up. Keep eating. Oh my god. Yeah, a bunch of kids lined up just chowing down on chips so you can get more tubes. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Oh man. Actually, the ideal solution would be to have Pringles make me the cans. Don't put the aluminum on the inside and don't put the cap on the bottom. Because the aluminum is going to inhibit adhesion with the glue. So no aluminum will make it glue together better. And no cap on the bottom, because I'm going to have to remove the cap anyway. And it'll also make the bottom edge cleaner. I wonder if they might do that just because it'd be free advertising. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Because their cost to make these tubes is like nothing. You're probably talking 3 or 4 cents a piece. I doubt it's higher than that. I doubt it's over a nickel. I'd be impressed if it was over a nickel. Considering the quantity they make, Jesus. How many do they make? Ooh, I see. Free money. Have you visited recently? I have visited McDonald's. Here's the McDonald's receipt. That is on the 2nd. So here's a... Oh, they want one from the 3rd or the 4th. I don't think I have one from the 3rd or the 4th. A week ago. It's not a week ago. I made a payment to a visit. I used a credit card. Yes, I do have a receipt. Open camera. Take a photo. And we will take a photo of... Oh, that's not McDonald's. Here's McDonald's. That one's from Sonic. There we go. How much are they going to pay me? 56 cents. I'll take it. Free money. There we go. 56 cents. I'm up to $4.21. Another $5 and I'll give myself another super chat. Clear all this crap out. Clear you out. Clear you out. Clear you out. I got a review item to pick up at the post office today. I got I used my $14 in Amazon credit from Amazon Shopper Panel and bought a roll of white PETG so I can finish printing the rest of the parts for the Argus, since I want to print it all in PETG. And then I also got a review unit coming in of a Dopes Play LCD screen. It's an external LCD screen. It's increased from 16,400 to 16,600 in the last 6 months. So it just hasn't increased enough for that to tick up. That cheap all-metal hot end, the one we installed on the Chiron like a year ago? Yeah, that came in. I think it was all metal. I didn't order any others since then. It's a LCD screen that plugs into HDMI or USB-C. So you can plug it into your computer and use it as a second monitor. But this one is what I have monitors like that around here. I got them here somewhere. I use them to plug into my laptop. So I got my little Acer, and it's got USB-C, so I can plug the screen into the HDMI or the USB-C port, and I can have dual screen set up with my computer when I'm mobile. I don't remember ordering one. Let me check. I don't think I did. I don't remember ordering a hot end. See here. Account. Oh, it wasn't a hot end. It was an enclosure. It was $9.60 for a 3D printer enclosure sort of thing. I do have that out in the car, but I haven't played with it yet. I ordered that. Give me that link to the hot end again. Yeah, no other 3D printing thing. I'm going through the list to check. Nope, that's it. Oh, you son of a bitch. I thought I got one of those cameras for $6. And it said camera, $6. But now in the processing screen, it says memory card only. Lying bastards. Here's a new Creality ceramic heating kit for the Sprite extruder. That's something new. I don't have no use for it right now, but why did that open YouTube and then go to Banggood? Oh, because it's using YouTube pass through because of the link in the thing here. Yeah, we ordered this for the that we have this hot end on the car. That was like a year ago, and we ordered it from Banggood. It was called the Lizard or something like that. That didn't work. That came up with this. Yeah, we have that on the Chiron. I just haven't had a chance to do anything with the Chiron yet because it's just sitting there. I have other printers running on the table. I know. Well, it worked fine the first time I used it, and then the heating fans, I didn't realize that when I had the blob before I changed the hot end, that it destroyed the heating fan, the cooling fan. So the hot end fan still works, but the cooling fan didn't work, so I couldn't print PLA because you need cooling for PLA, especially with the 1.2 millimeter extrusion. So I've got the fans here somewhere, just haven't put them on yet. And I switched to other printers, and I've just been using other printers. I got to get that out and get that working again. Because there's a couple of big things I want to print, and the Chiron is what I use to do that. So I need to get that out and start using it again. Got to figure out where to put it. It's so big. It's a big machine. I gotta get some more metal shelves to put in there so that I can have printers above printers. This way I can have the tables for the big printers and the shelves for the little printers. You know, things like the CR6SE, the Focus Odin, the Hornet, the Q5, those will all fit on shelves. I need to dedicate the table space to things like the WeDo and the Chiron and the big printers. The ones that don't fit on shelves. I don't want to put them on. I have all my metal shelves are currently in use, and I don't have any plastic. I have plastic shelves, but I don't want to put printers on plastic shelves because plastic shelves will burn. So I want to put them on metal shelves so that if something smokes or catches on fire, it's not going to burn my house down. I'd kind of like to not burn my house down. I mean, the probability is low, but it's not zero. Asked him. Right? The probability is not zero. It happens. So I want to be careful with that. Yeah, it was called the Lizard or something like that. But yeah, I have this, and it's on the Chiron. So it is all metal. Good. Because that should be able to go to 300 degrees once you adjust the firmware, right? Because then I could do better ASA prints. I can start dabbling a little bit more with nylon. But I do have 2 rolls of polycarbonate CF. And I have a couple rolls of nylon too. I haven't done a whole lot in ASA. I do have a little bit of ASA, including a 2.5 kilogram roll of green from I think it's from 3D Fuel. But I do want to play with ASA because apparently it's a little more dimensionally stable versus ABS. But I've noticed that it's a little more brittle than ABS. It's a little more it delaminates easier than ABS does. ABS makes I gotta do more ABS prints because ABS is nice. I mean, it's a pain in the ass to get it to print right, but when you at least with the bigger nozzles, I haven't tried too much with small nozzles with ABS, but with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle, the best nose cone I ever made was an ABS nose cone. It is so baby butt smooth. It's such a clean print. It's insane. It's incredible how good a print quality it makes with ABS. And that was using an Ender 3 with no enclosure and a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. I know, crazy. But it worked because of the 1.2 millimeter nozzle. The layers were so wide that they couldn't tear apart. I was running the bed at 120 Celsius to create that heat bubble. Now, in that house, those printers actually heated up that room. That's also why I had a $400 electric bill. Oh, man. But ASA is supposed to be better in many ways, so I gotta play with it more. I think my biggest problem is it just wasn't getting hot enough. I think ASA just likes it hotter. I gotta play with it more. I gotta find that Ender 3 with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle. I also gotta find where I think it might be in the minivan. It might be. I gotta find my Ender 5 with the 0.2 millimeter nozzle because the Ender 5 just does a better job at 0.2 millimeter prints. Although I gotta say, the Sapphire has been doing a fantastic job. I mean, I really have no complaints about this print, except for the fact that the Ender 5 can do 0.2 millimeter prints with no raft. And that's a big deal. And also, this, it's even though it warped a little bit, overall the print quality is fantastic. I got no complaints about the print quality. So that Sapphire Plus is doing a damn good job. The Ender 5 is just more reliable. Are you almost done? No. Why are you retracting? There should be no retractions in that print. Yeah, there's no retraction. Oh, yes, there is. Oh, yes, there is. Okay. That's the concave cut we made. There's just 2. because the concave cut is intruding upon the slots. So yeah, that's fine. It's only, there's only 2 retractions. That's a little borderline on having enough overlap, meaning that I might need to increase that angle. For a 0.2 millimeter, it would be fine, but for a 0.3 millimeter extrusion, I don't think it's quite enough. Yeah, I might have to extend the beveled part up and down a little bit to allow me to do more of an angle. Now that's interesting. It did not have that problem on the bottom. So I could just flip the top to bottom. There we go. Hey, you're not supposed to do that. Should be letting it cool down a little bit before doing that, but I'm impatient. I want it, and I want it now. And I don't want to wait for it. Oh yeah, that does peel better. Not perfect, but yeah, it does peel a whole lot better. But I tore it up a little bit because I took it off hot. I can use that one for the nose cone. Yeah. So that'll be a nose cone. It's a little loose, but I did tighten up the nose cone, so that should fit better. Now the question is, does it fit better in here? Not really. I mean, it fits fine for a coupler, but it might be too tight for a nose cone. But it also might loosen up over time. I mean, that goes really nice for a coupler. And I can get it out now, too. But that also might be a little... See, now it's loose in there. So it is just this slip here. Interesting. Meaning, I might be able to fix that by rubbing this lip. Yeah, a little bit better. So it's actually just the lip that's the problem, because the lip is constricted a little bit because it's a rolled edge. So inside, it's actually loose. So that's actually a loose fit. I don't want that any smaller. It's the lip that's the problem. Okay. I can work with that. Yeah, and each time I put it in, it gets better. I think that'll be loose enough. So I think we got good size for the sleeve. Now I just need to make them 100 millimeters instead of 50. Good. So yeah, that's gonna work. So we can do a short one at 50 millimeters for the nose cone, but for the body connections, I'm gonna want 100. So what you don't want is this. So the longer you make the sleeve, the less of that you'll have. Okay. We're getting there. We are getting there. Little by little. I think I have another Pringles can in the car. So I can start chopping one up. And what happens if I just tell this to be 100 millimeters tall? 100. And oh, that does give me more angle. That angle will help as well. Oh yeah, I'm okay with that. And we do still have that tiny retraction inside there, but that's okay. We can live with that. Yeah. You guys can't see what I'm doing. So I got two itty bitty retractions in there. I know how to fix that. I just gotta shorten these slots 0.4 millimeters, and that'll get that retraction gone. Because what's happening is because I increase this bevel, it pierces. See how it pierced the outer wall? So now you have an island. You have two halves, and you can't have that. So I just got to take this this slot and make it 0.4 millimeters shorter so it doesn't pierce this outer wall. Or just do it right and slot it all the way up. Do a proper slot. Okay. Right, I thought I fixed this. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, to make it seal. Did I do that on this end? Yes. No. Oh, I didn't. That does not close. That's why it tore apart. I thought I fixed that. Yeah, see, that needs to close. This needs to close, otherwise this just tears apart. Okay, so I'll rebuild this now that I know exactly how big to make it. I can just rebuild a clean one. Okay. Okay, that'll work. But that's why that's failing on the bottom, because this needs to come to one line in order to avoid it delaminating on the bottom. My bad. And then I'll make a long version of the nose cone. I'll also make a rounded version for people who want the bulbous fat boy look. Some people like that better. Okay, so the first thing we gotta do is let's make a new one. 72.6. Okay. Now what happens if I just bevel this? Don't like it. That I like though. I don't like that though. But I can always chop that off. But I like this gentler angle here. I could also make it rounded. That looks like the best one right there. And then just lop off the top and bottom. How big is that? It's so 1.7. 1.7 gets me what I want. Okay. And then we do the same thing up here, but in reverse. I then flip this and make it 1.7. This is the process in Tinkercad I call simplification. Once I have the parameters for the part, I then try to remake the part as simple as I possibly can, using as few a number of shapes as possible. Because the fewer the shapes I use, the less artifacts it creates. Okay, that is a good bevel. I'm okay with that. And now I need to put a hole up the center. We want to make this about a 3mm wall thickness. So that's let's go with 67. See what that looks like. I think that's okay. I might want to go with a little bit thicker. Let's go 65. Add an extra millimeter. Because I'd also like this to be robust. The mass difference is very minimal. Almost no mass difference. It'll add like a gram. Okay. That takes care of that. Now what I need to do is to make the rib. Get this back to 100. 100. Zero 0.01. Okay. Align this on center. That is incorrect. Oh, this needs to shift down to 0. There we go. So now we take this and we bring it out here until it's just inside the cut. So nothing shows on the inside. And now we bring another box like this. That's also 100 tall. Okay. And we again center everything to make future editing easier. And again, we shift this until it's inside the skin, but further than the rib. Now we take the part, we duplicate the part, turn it into a hollow, make it a part of the block, cut it. Now that block is conformal to the shape of the tube. Now we make that hollow and we cut the rib. And then we make the rib hollow and we shift the rib. It's good to leave a little portion of the, this was accidental, but it's good to leave a little portion of the rib visible like this so that you actually have something to grab a hold of. And now I take this rib and I shift it 0.75 millimeters inward. Okay, so that gives me my distance that I need from the wall. And now because this rib is the correct size, it'll not interfere with any of this. Now I'm also going to do something I like to do. I'm going to make the rib solid again. And I'm going to put a block down here. And I'm going to remove 0.4 millimeters from the bottom of the rib. And then I'm going to put a block up here and remove 0.5 millimeters from the top of the rib. except for one. You're not going to do that to one of them. So, well, I'll do that later. Put a block here. Invert 0.4. Not what I wanted. Invert 0.4. Okay. Now we take that and we join that. This way the top two and the bottom two layers won't have all the in, out, in, out, in, out, which means they'll print more smoothly. You'll have two layers of plastic down before you, oh no, wait a minute, that's wrong. This needs to be 0.6 because I'm doing this at 0.6 at 0.3 layer height. Zero 0.6. And I want two layers, so it has to be 0.6 millimeters. And is that one in place still? I think so. Let's double check. There we go. Oh, it creates a shadow. That's nice. I didn't notice that before. And there. Now, we have our rib. We make that rib transparent. Cut tool. Now we have to put a master ring down. Make the master ring bigger than the rib. Okay. Increase. I don't need this to be that big. I just need it to be bigger than the part I'm rotating. And you can see by the shadow, I am bigger. That's all I need. Now we take these two, we duplicate them, and we rotate them. I'm going to do 22 millimeters to make it stiffer. Now, I take one of these. I don't need both of them there. I take this one, and I separate it, and I get rid of this top and bottom. Because remember, one has to cut all the way through. Turn it back into a hollow and move it this way until it pierces. Actually, I'm going to have to make that bigger. So 40. There we go. Because it has to fully pierce the inside and outside wall. There we go. All right, that'll make it a little stronger. Let's delete the master ring. And it's going to grab the nose cone. I saw that coming. Join. Now, the interesting thing about the cuts is that because the cut starts on the inside, which is flat, I can cut away the inside as much as I want without affecting the ribs. I just can't cut away the outside. I have to leave the outside alone. Inside, you can do whatever you want with. Outside, you got to leave that alone. So now we do our cones to create our 2 perimeter wall, which looks like it's going to be, that's going to be hard to do. How do I do that? Oh, I could do this. Always got to be big and in my face, don't you? So I need this to be 0.8. Of course it went that way. Should have expected that. And that is the edge right there. So I need to make my cone come in here and line up with this edge right here. So let's shrink this down just to make it a good visual aid. So I need my cone to come out to that line right there. And the way I'm going to do that and keep it properly aligned is I'm going to have to, how do I do that? It's easy to do. All I got to do is make the cone exactly the right width. I don't even need this. Yes, I do. Because I don't know how big that is. I can find out though. So I don't need this. Here's how I could do it by math. Control D. We take our duplicate here and we put a block over it. We flip it that way, and then we move down 0.1 relative. Negative 0.1, and then we chop it off. Now we have this ring, and we know exactly how big this is. It is 70.35. So I take 70 point, I want a little bit of overlap, so I'm going to do a 0.75 instead of a 0.8. So that's going to be 70.35 minus 1.5, 68.85. Divide that by 2 since it uses radius, 34.425. So I need a cone that is 34.425. Max out the sides, increase the height. Why does it do that? It goes the opposite way. It makes me so angry, I want to hurt something. I want to break something when it does that. It just makes me rage. It's like, do you want to be beaten, computer? Do you really want to be beaten to within an inch of your life? So we now take this and we bring it down to 0. We duplicate it. Bring it up here. Rotate it 180 degrees. Then we align this piece with this piece. Alignment on you here. Okay, that should create a perfect 2-perimeter border. Is the angle good? Yes. I might want a steeper angle just to be safe. Let's go with 75. Seriously? Make this one 75. That'll make that wall a little bit steeper, which will be better for the 0.3 millimeter layer height. Much better. That should print fine. I also want to try to keep these two bevels at different Z heights, so they're less likely to compromise each other by cracking. I could probably even make that steeper. Yeah, I think I will. Because why not, right? Let's go 85. Hello? What the hell did you do now? It just reloaded the whole damn page. I'm not even going to try to figure out why I did that. Did it save that last change? No, it did not. I must have hit a key on the keyboard. 5. Okay. $85. That looks good. Now we need to grab my thing here. Delete all this. There we go. Grab you, center. Come around here. I need to bring that into the bevel. You're stuck in stupid mode. I don't want you in stupid mode. Bring it into the bevel just like that. Okay. And now we can't have it sitting on top of one of the grooves, so we just rotate a couple degrees. 2 degrees is enough, but we want it near one of the ribs so it's reinforced. And then we join them. Can we make that taller? Let's make that 20. Actually, only the nose cone one needs that. I should probably make 2. Otherwise, the parachuter cords could get stuck on that inside the rocket. It's nice to have one part, but it's not really necessary. Yeah, that's not necessary. Okay. We still want to delete you. We want to duplicate you. So we'll have one without it and one with it. So the coupler doesn't need it. And this doesn't need to be nearly this large. So let's separate this. What we'll do is we'll make this like 60. The only problem is it's changing our angle. Is that angle? No, that angle's still okay. And now we bring this down to 60. No, just got to bring it down to the top of that. There we go. And we still need to rotate this 2 degrees to get it off axis, so it doesn't interfere with the lug. And now we can join this. There we go. So that's for the nose. Why didn't it join it? Oh, good thing it didn't. It would have erased it. All right, so there is the coupler for the nose. And here is the coupler to join the segments together. I no longer need this. This we still have to test print, but that should be okay. Now, I want a couple different noses. I should be able to simply stretch this. Since the outer wall is straight, This will not affect the ribs. Control D. So I should be able to make a nice tall one. People want a tall cone. Okay. And then I should be able to make a short cone. People want short cones. So short or tall, you have your choice now. And these ribs should be okay with that. Although I would like to increase the number of ribs now that we know it's a little bit on the flimsy side. Although we really should make this a proper double cone. That's what we really should do. How do I do that? I have to rebuild it. Yeah, the only correct way to do that is to rebuild it. I mean, it is good enough this way. It's nice and lightweight. It takes very little plastic. But if they want to put a 29mm motor in here, it might need a little more structure to handle the flight forces. I mean, drag is not a problem, but the rocket itself is going to be heavier. Ejection charges will be stronger. So I'll stick with this thin one for now, and then worry about beefing it up later. I would, however, like to make a bulb. Let's get this back close to what it was. That's exactly what it was. Now what happens if I break this apart? There we go. So we're going to get rid of this and get rid of this. Because some people are going to want this kind. Okay. And we need to make it... I can't change the number of sides, huh? I'll have to figure out how many sides it is. 77.1. I think we figured out it was 48. Definitely do not want it this stupid color. It's just hard to see details when it's like a color like that. Or is it 36? It might be 36. Yep, 36. Perfect. Okay. Then we stretch it out a little bit. And that gives us our standard Fat Boy style nose cone. A little taller. Yeah, I like that. And then we're going to duplicate this again. We're going to make a cone one, because some people like cones. Because why not? 77.1 divided by 2. Hey, Sean, how are you doing? 38.55 radius. And we're going to make the top radius 3mm. And we're going to greatly increase the height. Increase the sides to max. Increase the sides to max. Doing okay. I think we're finally starting to get out of the cold weather. We're going to hit 70 degrees this week. I am super, super excited to not have to be cold anymore. Being cold sucks. It really sucks. Let's make this taller. Around that. Around 140. Okay. So now we have our 3 different nose designs. Oh, that's right. You're the opposite. Standard finished part white. There we go. So now you have a short ogeye, a short parabola, tall parabola, a standard hemispherical, and conical. They're all vase mode except for the hemispherical. You can't print this vase mode. You'll have to switch to regular perimeters right about here. Then you'll have to switch to infill to close this dome, because you can't close a dome with vase mode. Nope, the Dragon has not launched yet, but I'm hoping to launch it at NSL in May. I'm not going to be able to fly myself. I don't have the money, because I would have to. Well, I got my NAR membership renewed. I made a deal with somebody, and that worked out. I got my NAR membership renewed, but I would still have to register for the event and buy motors, and that's about 150 bucks. I don't have it. I might not even be able to stay for the whole weekend. I might have to drive out there, go for one day, and then come home. Because I might not be able to, if I can't find somebody to share a room with, and if it's too cold to sleep in the car, I might not be able to stay there. But I'll be out there at least one day, get some pictures, pick up some tubes, because I need some tubes to be able to fine-tune some of these models. Because I have a 24mm tube, but I don't have any 29, I don't have any 8, I have an 18, but I don't have any 13, 38, or 29. So I need to get at least 3 pieces of tube. What I'm hoping to do is to give the Dragon away. So offer it to somebody for free in exchange for them flying it. So fly it today so I can get a picture of it and see that it works, and you can keep it. If it fails, I'll make you another one. I'm trying to find a part-time job. I'm even trying to gamble on a stand-up job, because I don't know if I can handle a job where I have to be on my feet. But I'm willing to try. Figuring maybe don't tell them I have a problem standing on my feet, and then just see if my body simply adapts to it fast enough for me to be able to be okay. Maybe. um. But nobody's hiring. No one is hiring. Well, the few things that are hiring are things I'm not capable of doing. I'm not capable of doing landscaping work. A 460-pound person can't do that, period. I can't do hardcore manual labor jobs. I mean, I just can't. I don't have the physical capability of doing it. And but none of the local restaurants or businesses, nobody's hiring. Maybe Starbucks will hire when they open, but they may have already done their hiring. Maybe the car wash will open. That's something interesting, because their car wash will be open in the next month or so. Although it might be automated. Organ donor. You can have one of my kidneys. It's fucking killing me. This kidney is driving me crazy. I must have a UTI or a kidney stone or something. I can't see the doctor till May 3rd. So hopefully it's not really serious. But nobody's hiring in town here, and I can't justify the cost of going to Albuquerque. It costs too much to drive to Albuquerque. Not unless I can find a good paying job. That'll cover that much gas, because you'd be talking $10 of gas a day. Oh. And, well, because recession's coming and everybody knows it. So all the businesses are shrinking their staff. They're preparing for recession. Everybody's preparing for the turndown of the economy during the recession that we were already in the process of occurring. So these businesses aren't dumb. They're preparing for that. So that's why I've been trying to find other ways to monetize. I've started putting up shorts on YouTube, which are monetized. I also finally got a Digistore open. If you go to my website, I now have a digital store where you can buy my models, including customizable models. These are all available for free as well. If people want to help, they can pay for them here. The big ticket is going to be adding my rockets to that store, but I can't add the rockets until I know they work. So I got to wait for my beta testers to come back with positive reports that, okay, the rocket did not break itself apart. So then I can go ahead and start selling the files. But I can't morally, I can't sell a file that I don't know is going to work. So I'm waiting for feedback. This I can. These are Pringles things. They'll work fine. I've already made nose cones and centering rings and stuff like that. I'm not charging them. I'm giving them the files for free in exchange for the beta test. Because these are not going to be $5 files. Well, the Pringles is going to be $5, oddly enough. You know, this rocket is this is the free one. It's going to be free to everybody. But rockets like this are going to be, you know, $30. And before you say that's a lot of money for a digital file, well, buying a 3-inch class rocket is $80 to $140. So sure, you're paying $30 for digital files, but you'll be able to print a 3-inch class rocket, and then you'll be able to print it again and again and again and again. That's a lot of 3-inch class rockets for $30. But I can't do that. I cannot charge somebody something for something that might not work. So until we've validated that my technique works and that these rockets will hold up the flight stresses, I can't charge. So I have 3 people right now who have digital files, and they're testing them. They're printing them and testing them. 2 of them we've gotten through the print phase, meaning they've successfully made parts, and the parts seem to be structurally sound. Now I have to wait for them to go to a launch and fly them. So once they fly them and they say, yep, it worked, no problem, then I can start charging for the files. But I have to make sure it works. I'm thinking that maybe I might, just to keep the audience separate, because it might be a separate audience, because I do have a separate YouTube channel for that. I have Trust and Thrust for that. But I got to get these channels up to 1,000 subscribers so I can monetize them. Because even though this channel's monetized, these channels are completely separate. Even though they're under the same Google account, each individual channel has to reach 1,000 in order to monetize. That's why I haven't done a whole lot with Life on the Reese lately. I just haven't had time for something that's not making me money. But again, I have to make content in order to get the viewership to make the money. It's a catch-22. But in reality, the monetization from YouTube is not very much. But if I can get all 3 channels monetized, that might be at least enough to allow me to get a monthly payment. Right now, I get a bi-monthly payment from YouTube, sometimes tri-monthly, because you have to hit $100 before they'll send you a check. Direct deposit, but you know what I mean. I call it a check. But if I had all 3 channels making $40 a month, well, then at least I'd get $120 a month from YouTube. That would be a monthly reliable payout that I could depend on. So, but this I could put for sale right away. As soon as I get these parts all sorted out, I could sell this immediately, because all these parts are already tested. I already know fins work. I already know motor cans work. I already know nose cones work. I already know all that works. What I don't know that works is whether entire airframes work. I know it's going to work. It's just a matter of getting it there. Like, here's one of the problems I ran into. This is no longer tight. This part won't tighten up anymore. It gets to a stop, but it doesn't stay tight. You know, anything will loosen it. See? That's because the plastic wears as you do this over and over again. The plastic starts to wear. And so now it comes loose like that. Now that's an easy fix. You just put a little bit of tape on there. put a little bit of masking tape on there. And now this will tighten up. Well, yes and no. It's not going to come apart in flight unless this can starts doing this. That might be interesting. That might actually be interesting to have a two-stage rocket where this bottom part unscrews itself and then drops off, and then you light the next motor. That would be fascinating. But that's easy to fix, you know. So I just basically stopped putting launch lugs on here, and I just put the launch lugs on here. This way, the launch lugs are on the same piece. So that's a really easy fix. Just put a little tape in there. Rocketeers are used to doing that anyway. It's common practice to have to, like, these are made intentionally a little bit loose because loose is better than tight. Tight might cause the rocket to not deploy the parachute. Loose, you can add a little bit of tape to snug it up if you need to. So we're used to having to put a no, because you can't penetrate a vase mode print. You can't put a hole in the side of a vase mode print. That won't work. You can put a hole radially, but you can't put a hole in the side of a vase mode print. And that's not a big deal. Most people are never going to take the rocket apart. Hell, most people are probably going to glue these pieces together. Well, no, it's not too thin. That's what all the structure's for. Look how strong this is. I mean, I'm tweaking that pretty hard, and I'm squeezing this as hard as I can, and it's not breaking. This is strong. All right, there's a lot of you can see there's a lot of structure in here that makes this strong. This is stronger than the materials they're currently making rockets with. It's stronger than this cardboard. So if the cardboard works, this works. It's just that plastic wears. You ever make a threaded part? Yeah, you ever make a threaded part like this, and you screw this on, and it's tight, but then you just work it back and forth, 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 and now it's loose. See? Now it's nice and loose. Okay? Because you're basically sanding down the plastic surface, and you're basically you're improving the tolerance by sanding it down. Now this can thread all the way on. You can hear it's tight. Hear that sound? Now if I do this back and forth a little bit, it'll eventually stop making that sound because I'll increase the tolerance for the parts. So that's what's happening here when that thread there hits the top of the thread here. It's a little bit of a friction fit. You'll feel it. You'll feel it tight, and then you turn a little bit more, and now it's a little tighter. All right. Well, each time you do that, you're deforming and wearing down the surface of the plastic. You're wearing down the ribs of the layer lines. And so each time you do that, the fit gets a little bit looser, a little bit looser, a little bit. Why did you stop? Oh, I forgot to select both parts of the profile. This is a 2-process file, and I didn't select both processes. So it stopped at the end of the first process and didn't print the 0.1 millimeter port. Oops. My bad. That was entirely my fault, but this is good enough for us to test the fit. Now I need to print the max. Let's let this cool down, and I should be able to peel this off since I also increased separation. Yes, look how much better that peels off. Not perfect, but better. Much, much better. Much better. Oh yeah, much better. That's nice and sturdy. It's not trying to come apart on me. Ooh, I like that. Now that should be a nice snug fit right on there. And it is. That's perfect. It doesn't wiggle around. That's going to get glued. So they'll glue these two pieces together. And now you have, well, it would be a complete nose cone. So that works perfectly. And we know the coupler works, so now I can make a motor mount. So I'll make this is probably too heavy for an 18 millimeter motor. So probably 24 millimeter D and 29 millimeter E through G. And this will be good. I'll also make fin cans for the bottom. So you can put regular fins on here if you want regular fins and you don't want tube fins. So you'll be able to have multiple options to convert Pringles. I might have a whole line of products just for Pringles rocket attachments. different things you could do with Pringles cans. But yeah, that worked great. I'm very pleased with that. And now I have a couple of different styles of nose cones. And since they all have the exact same base, they will all fit the same coupler. Very cool. Sound make a racket for the fins for Pringle cans. What? Should make a racket for the fins. What do you mean make a racket? I don't understand. I'm gonna have another file that they can print out that will have fins instead of tubes. A bracket, yes. Well, there's multiple ways I can do it. At first, I'll make it a one-piece fin can because that's just the easiest to do. So it's going to be this style fin because this overhang can be printed in one piece. And there we go. We're good. No, we're too. All right. Come down a little bit. Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah. Stop making noise. Now we do the inside. Yeah, we're looking good. No brim on this one because I don't want to compromise the part. So the people have been making 3D printed rockets for years, even high power rockets, but they do it by printing them solid. So, 4mm thick, 100% infill. Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's this here. Whoop. I don't know how that happened. That's this here. So this is the max bracket, and I also have a minimal bracket because this needs a 300 by 300 printer to print, while this can be printed on anything. So that's exactly what this is. So you would slide this over the Pringles can, and then you'd stick a Pringles can in each of these. You'd have two of these, one at the top, one at the bottom, and that would form a tube fin rocket, just like, you know what it looks like, this one. Form a tube fin like that. Except it'd be all made of Pringles cans. I'm also going to make a cutting tool that you could put on the Pringles can to cut the Pringles can in half, because you really don't need the tube fins to be that tall. So they'll be able to take 3 cans and make it into 6 tube fins, or do 3 tube fins if you want. Actually, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do one with 4 tube fins. I'm going to do one with 3 tube fins. I'll do one with 5 tube fins. So, it's easy enough for me to do. Separate this, rotate by 120 degrees, rotate by 60 degrees, rotate by, whatever, 90 degrees, whatever rotation angle I want to create whatever configuration I want. And then they can print out whatever ring configuration they want. Hopefully within 48 hours it'll be on my shop. I gotta wait until all the parts fit, of course. I'm probably gonna do a basic set first of the 2 rings and the nose cone and the couplers and the motor mount, and then do expansion kits. So they do a ring kit that'll have all the different ring configurations that you might want, and then do a fin kit and a nose cone pack, stuff like that, so people can add things to it, without having to pay $20 for a model. If they want just a basic model, they can pay the $5. I'm gonna make this one cheap. I'm I'm going to make this one $5 for the set, because you're just getting basically this, and a coupler. One of these. You need to find a way to import the engines. No, the problem is the motors have to be shipped by hazmat, especially the high power motors. So you got to go to a motor dealer. But you can go to a store and buy them. Michael sells Estes engines. Any hobby shop is going to sell Estes engines. So look around your place for hobby shops. Now, you can't import motors from other countries. Those motors have to be NAR or TRA certified in order to be able to legally fly them here in the US. So you wouldn't be able to bring in motors from other countries. And you would have the same problem bringing these motors, into South Africa. Most likely whatever rocketry organization you have in South Africa would have to certify those motors. I don't know whether Estes has gone through the process of certifying their motors with whatever organization you have in South Africa. But yeah, that's something that would need to be done. So the way this would work is this one, the parts would slide in and then you would glue them. This one here, the parts would simply glue on the outside like this. So you'd have two of these. You'd have one down here and you'd have one up here. And then you'd glue all the tubes to this. This one's obviously better because it actually enshrouds the tubes, but you need a larger printer to print this. I can't make this smaller because I'm limited by the dimensions of the Pringle can. So I can't make this part smaller. What I might be able to do is make it two-piece. So make these outer rings a separate piece that gets glued into place, because gluing plastic to plastic might be more reliable than gluing plastic to cardboard. It all depends on how well glue adheres to this paper skin on the tube here. The other idea I had was to have this puncture the tube, so have a sharp edge right here, a pointed tip that you would puncture the tube when you push the tube in. This way you can put a little bit of adhesive on that tip and have a better attachment inside the tube. I don't know if that would be pointful or not. There might be no point. Oh, come on. Really? You're going to mess with me like that? You're not going to stick on the front? Quit. Yes. You want to be a dick, don't you? Max Print. One little part didn't want to stick. It was an important part. It was a part that I really need to stick. What is your approach on USB cables so they don't backfeed power into the printer? I've never encountered that problem before because I don't plug my printers into the computer. I just never had a reason to. But I know the CR6 SE had a problem with power backfeed frying the main board. So they do make little dongles that you can plug into your USB port, and then you plug your USB cable into it, and that little dongle doesn't transfer the power. Be careful, they also have dongles that are the opposite. They cut the data cables and only transmit power. That's so that you can charge your phone up at a public USB port without risk of somebody tapping into your phone. Because, they could theoretically have a computer on the other side of that port and then download all your data from your phone. If your phone's not configured correctly. So they do make little adapters that allow power but not data. But I believe they also have the opposite. They have an adapter that allows data but no power. So that should work. Or, yeah, just cut the power wire. I believe it's the red one. You should only have to cut the red one. So just open up that cable, find that red wire. They're itty bitty wires, so be careful. Ooh, I see what you're saying. How big can I make it and still fit within 200 by 200? Oh, let's investigate that. Because this is 218 and this is 240. So that's a big one. But this is a relatively small one. what I would need to do is to figure out what the rotational distance is. There's an angle at which I can rotate this to make it equidistant on both dimensions. So Control D. See if this sticks. It's still let go right here. I need that to not do that. If I have to manually help it, that's what I'll do. Eventually, I need to try to slice this for vase mode. But I also like the double wall. That does make it stronger, and it doesn't add that much penalty for weight. You know, it's only 15 grams, 18 grams, which is really not bad. You know, if the weight difference could get me down to 18 millimeter motors, I'd do it, but no amount of weight cutting is going to get me down to 18 millimeter motors. Unless I do bolt-on fins and only use 2 cans, that might fly on 18 millimeter motors. But otherwise, you're not getting an 18 millimeter motor out of this. It's just too heavy. Oh, oh yeah. That felt good. Okay, so right now it's trial and error to figure out what the rotation angle is. So what I have to do is I have to do this until I get about the same dimensions on both sides. So 231 and 237. So we got to go back a degree or two. 230 by 237. Why isn't it shrinking? Let's go this way. 230, there we go. Now we're getting closer. So I need to rotate it a couple more degrees. 233, 235, one more degree. Two 234.52, 234.52. I wish I knew how many degrees that was, but that's okay. So now this is exactly the same on both dimensions, which means that this is a true center now. What I can do now is, nope, I can't use a torus. I have to use this. And I have to make this 198. 198. Actually, I can go 199. Would you select the goddamn number, you son of a bitch? 199 by 199. Max the number of sides. And now I need to create another one. That's 240 by 240. 240. Okay. Max the number of sides again. Now I need to center all of this on the object. You there, you there. Okay. Seriously? You're going to keep getting in my way? You're going to make me bite you? I will bite you. Then we do that. Then we turn this into a cut tool. And we do that. No, I did that wrong. I did that totally wrong. I'm sorry. Hang on. No, 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 no. I got to use a square. That's what I would do for a delta. So I need a square that's bigger than the model. So let's do 270 by 270. And then I need a 198 by 198 square in the middle. .198 by 198. Now I center everything. They have to be symmetrical or they won't center. Now I can take this, join it, turn that into a hollow, and oh, I actually get 2 of them complete. Only 4 of them get cut off. These 2 are intact. That's good. Oh, that's really good. I'm going to explain why that's really good in a moment. Because if I do this right, I can change which one is the open one. So that will print on a 200 by 200 printer. Now, what's really crazy is I could just print 3 of them. But then you would need 6 of them. Oh, I can do that. If you want to see that. There you go. Hey, it looks like it's sticking. I wasn't paying attention, but it looks like it stayed. So I could have full enshroudment, but they would have to print 6 of them. 3 at the bottom, 3 at the top. No problem. That'd be annoying, and it'd be heavy. Well, it wouldn't be that heavy. It wouldn't be as heavy as you think, because it wouldn't have the extra pieces. And they could do 1 partial and then 3 complete. That would probably be enough. I don't know how well this would attach. It would probably be enough, but I just don't know. And if you rotate, well, yeah, I was thinking that, but then you would need at least 3 in order to make sure each cylinder was held in place at 2 spots. But that could work. No, you need 6. Otherwise, each cylinder is only held in 1 spot. I don't know how much of an attachment you need for viable. Like, I know this will work. I know this will work if you have enough epoxy. I gotta think about that. To get proper enshroudment, yeah, well, I could do that too, but I'd have to move this. This launch lug is important because that's how you fly the rocket. So every time I rotated this, I'd have to rotate this to keep it in the same spot. So probably the best thing for me to do would be to separate this, flip this 180 degrees, and then put this back on again. So this would end up... no, that won't work. It won't line up. It should line up, though. It should. Let's see what happens if I do that. Yeah, see, it ends up inside here. So I can't do that. See how this one ends up inside of where this tube goes? Because that causes a 30-degree shift, but my openings for the launch slugs are at 60 degrees. So that won't work. The only way to do it would be to have only 3 rings. And then you'd have to print. For a perfect model, you would need 6 of them, but I'm betting 4 would be enough. So 1 would be this way, 1 would be this way, 1 would be this way, and then 1 more would be this way to kind of lock it all together. So 1 set of tubes will be captured at top and bottom. The other 2 tubes will be captured once from top to bottom. However, no. Nope, that won't work. Wait a minute. I'm an idiot. I can do it with 3. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think of that. You can do it with 3, but I'd still have to move this. I have to move this. Although I can make the 3 one would be nice to make like a Falcon Heavy. You can make a little Falcon Heavy doing that. What I can do is you print one of these with the full capture and partial captures, and then you print 2 of these with just the 3 rings. And you rotate the 3 rings once for this set, once for this set. And this way, all sets will be enshrouded at least once, and they'll all be partially enshrouded a second time with this one here. That could work. I can't flip it. If I flip it, this shifts 30 degrees instead of 60 degrees. And I have to shift it 60 degrees. Otherwise, it ends up in here instead of in here. And if I shift it 60 degrees, you end up with exactly the same thing. Because remember, I have to cut it to fit a 200 by 200. Probably the easiest way to do it is to print with just the 3 and then have them print 4. And so you would start with here, then you'd rotate to here, then you rotate to here, then you rotate back to here, and hope that's enough. But it's still not enough. You're still going to end up with tubes that are going to be able to flop. There is something else I could do. It's interesting, but it might allow you to rearrange the tubes on this rocket without glue. I'm not sure if that would hold. Well, first of all, anybody who wants a 29mm bird can probably print this one. They'll probably have a CR10. And will this print on? No, even a CR6 won't print this because it's over 235. If I could get that down to 235, this would work. And I can get that down below 235. So I can make this 3D printable on any printer with a 235. I believe I can get that. Yeah, we did. We did this one here. We got this one here down to 234. So let's duplicate this again. Actually, we're not going to do this. I don't like this at all. I don't like it. That's not what I wanted to do. It's what I did, but it's not what I wanted to do. Because this will already fit on a CR6 SE or a modified Ender 3. Because it's 234.52 by 234.52. So if you have a 235 by 235 print volume, this will fit. And you even have space to add a little bit of brim. You can add 1 brim. You could probably get away with adding 2. You could probably add 2 brim and it'll probably fit. But theoretically, you can print this on a 235 by 235 printer. And then leave the short one for the other printers. This style. Now, I can do something interesting with this. I could build little hooks into these corners. No, I can't. No, because then they'll overlap. No, that won't work. Shit. I was thinking rubber band them. If I made these bigger so they started to diverge again, then I could put little hooks on them, and you could wrap a rubber band around the tube. That could work. Might be fun. Okay. This is looking pretty good. This is looking damn good, actually. And it's an hour print. Not bad. Considering how big it is, that's not bad. Okay. So, small printers, big printers. Well, I could just release that one. There's no reason to release both of these. I'm going to keep this one because this one's oriented on the square. So if I have to modify this, it's a lot easier to modify. Okay. Now that's something I wonder. My store, if you download a file you buy from me, will it let you download it again? Like, will the store remember that you bought it? And if you come back a year from now, will it let you download it again? I'm hoping it's yes. Because then if I upgrade the files, you can download the upgrade. I already have that. That's easy. That's super easy. With the exception of the one piece of paper tube that goes in the motor mount, that's simply for heat protection. This is a glueless rocket. Everything threads together. No glue is required. Even the motor mount. Even the motor mount threads in. So you can dismantle, take apart, rearrange, modify this rocket all without any glue. Everything comes apart. You want to move the payload bay, you want to make the payload bay bigger, just print more segments and screw them together. So yeah, that was part of my whole point, was to make a glueless rocket. Now, as far as a tube fin rocket, that's actually pretty easy, well, sort of. I think I can do that too. Well, no, you can't do that with the Pringle can. You have to attach to the Pringles can somehow. Unless you print the rocket that's the whole length of the Pringles can, at which point, why bother with the Pringles can at that point? You just use the printed rocket, but you'd just be using the Pringles can as a skin. But you would still need to glue something to the Pringles can. You need some way of interfacing with the Pringles can. I mean, again, I could make a part that threads on both ends and captures the Pringles can, but it would be so much plastic, it'd be an entire rocket all by itself. You wouldn't need the Pringles cans anymore. So no matter what, you need glue. Now, I might be able to attach the tube fins without glue. That I could do by simply using something like this, but let these come out a little further. So I could put a hook on each one, and then you would slide this would friction fit over the Pringles can, and then you'd use rubber bands to attach each tube. You could absolutely do that, but you would still need, at minimum, this would friction fit onto the rocket, but at minimum you would need to glue the tube segments together, because there's too much risk that those would just come apart if you don't glue them together. But the motor mount would have to be glued in, because if you didn't glue them, I'm thinking about making a modular motor mount, so gluing a segment into there and then having the motor mount thread into it. So you'd have one of these glued into the bottom, but then this would have threads inside for you to install, you know, a regular motor mount like I always use for my rockets. This way you could change between 24mm and 29mm or cluster. That'd be a fun thing for people to do. So sell it as a 24mm rocket, and, you know, intentionally make the 29mm part of the add-on kit. You know, do that, you know, freemium thing where you get the cheap kit, but now you got to buy the extras. You want the 29mm? You got to buy the motor pack, which will come with, like, you know, 18mm cluster, 24mm cluster, you know, 29mm, even 38mm. Would theoretically work on something like this. Loot crate, yeah. And I was thinking about doing a lot of designers, they do Patreons where they you know, they're always designing stuff, and as a patron you get access to that. First of all, any of these first models that I come out with, my existing patrons, they get them no matter what. There'll be no tiers for that. You guys just get them. Because I'd be fucked without you guys. I don't got very many patrons, but you guys are very loyal. But start a new Patreon for Rocketeers. And where if you join my Patreon, I don't know what I should make it, $5 a month, $10 a month. I guess I would have to increase the price the more rockets there are. Otherwise, someone can just join the Patreon for $10 a month and cancel after a month and get all my rockets. That wouldn't do very good for my sales. Could also make it one rocket a month club. So each month you're in the Patreon, you get a rocket. And if next month you don't get the old rocket, you only get whatever current rocket is available. And this way, if you're in for 6 months, you get 6 rockets, or 6, you know, printable rocket parts or whatever. But if you cancel, you just get the one. No, this is a WeDo ME40. Not a bad machine. I mean, I've been beating the hell out of it for the last 6 months. It's been sitting here just cranking crap out. I've changed the nozzle 4 times, you know, trying different nozzles, different sizes. Now I'm back to a 0.4. And it's been kicking ass. I got no complaints. The UI sucks. You can't do very much in the UI. And it has a critical flaw. I got to contact them and see if they have updated firmware, because they might have updated. It's been over 6 months, so they might have updated firmware. One critical flaw: you can't preheat above 200 degrees. You can tell it to preheat above 200 degrees. It just won't do it. It stops at 200. Like, I tell it 240, 80. The bed goes to 80, but the nozzle stops at 200 no matter what I put in. And that's a problem, because it makes it very hard to change back from PETG to PLA, because you need to get PETG temperatures to flush out all the PETG or ABS or whatever. So they need to fix that. So I got to find out if they fix that or not. And but beyond, and also you don't really have much control. Like, for example, if you go to settings to change the speed, so you have 25%, 50%, 100%, and then it goes right to 200%, 400%, 600%. All right? It's a 3-3-4. No one's doing 600%. Guess what else no one's doing? No one's doing 400% either. Okay? That's just not going to happen. No one's going to do 400 or 600% speed on a 334. The machine literally is not going to be able to do it. So they need to get rid of the 400 and 600, and they should probably replace it with 125, 150, and 175. Get rid of the 200 too, although there is use for 200. So maybe do 125, 150, and then 200. The 25% is useful, the 50% is useful, and they only have room for 6. What I would like to see them do is make that screen 8 buttons instead of 3. So make it a 4x4 instead of a 3x3, and then have 25, 50, 75, 100, and then 125, 150, 175, 200. Or just let me set it myself. Let me pick whatever number I want, like most printers do. But if you're set on this preset thing, I need 255, 751, and then 125, 150, 175, 200. That's what I need. No one will ever, in their wildest imagination, need 400 and 600. Okay, if you program the slice for 10 millimeters per second, maybe 400 will come in handy. I don't know. I have no idea what board is in it. But there's also no way I can control temperature. That works well. No problems there. I would also like to see the pause button have a confirmation. So when I hit pause, I want it to say, "Are you sure you want to pause?" Because it's a resistive screen. So like when something bumps into it, it fucking pauses the print. So I'd like to see a confirmation screen for the pause. Pause. Yes, no, pause. And then I hit yes or no. This way it takes 2 taps to pause the print. There's also no way to control fan. Not a big deal. On this kind of a printer, you're typically not going to want to have fine control over the fan. You're going to do that in the slicer. Hey! I told you to stop doing that. I'm going to fuck you up. You keep doing that. Yeah, keep looking at me funny. He bites Noel on the back of the neck as a submissive move. And I don't want him doing that. Play? Roughhouse? Fine. But no dominant submission shit. I don't like that. It annoys me. The other nice thing about this Pringles parts, though, is that it's fast. Even on a slow printer, it's fast. I mean, this giant piece is going to print in an hour. That's pretty quick for a print that size. You know, for this technology at least. Yeah, you be nice. He's a little bit bigger than the other cat, so sometimes he thinks he's hot shit. Sometimes I have to pick up a 3D part and beat him in the head with it. Like, bad cat, leave him alone. So yeah, there's just otherwise it's been a very reliable machine. I've had 0 complaints. My heat bed wires are coming loose. I've gotten thermal runaway a couple times, and when I grab the heat bed wires and give them a wiggle, it comes back on again. So there must be a solder joint issue or something there. So I'm gonna have to take. It's working fine now, but I'm gonna have to take it apart and check that connection. Be nice. Yeah, you be nice. Or else. Chinese food. That's right. I'll make Chinese food out of you. Yeah. What else? Oh, here's something interesting. I printed this in PETG with the heat bed turned off. I didn't even know that would work. I didn't know that was possible. So it turns out, if I have the heat bed, I usually have it at 80 degrees, 80-degree heat bed. If I put down a 2-layer brim, I haven't tried it with a 1-layer brim yet. I'm going to try it with a 1-layer brim. Now, this might be specific to these kinds of parts that are round, so they have a very stable base that's not prone to warping. Prints that have things sticking out that tend to want to warp, this might not work. But because of the heat bed issue, I wanted to turn off the heat bed and see would the part stay. And yes, it will. It stays firmly attached. Now I'm using a fake tack build surface. It's the poly surface with the texture. It's not PEI. PEI will auto release when it cools down. This will not work with PEI. But if you're using the textured cloth-like print surfaces, the old school surfaces that I prefer, because they can sometimes work without heat, PETG actually sticks better than PLA as far as turning off the bed heat. I turn off the bed heat on the PLA part, it pulls up every time. But the PETG part, it stayed. 27-hour print, and it stayed put. Now, that's actually a pretty big deal, because as I start producing these parts, because I also want to sell kits, I'm probably not going to sell them through the mail, because shipping a part this big along with 3 other parts to make a 1.6 meter long rocket, that's going to cost like $50 to ship. So who's going to pay me $80 for a kit and then pay $50 to ship it? Not too many people. Although they do now. They do that now. So maybe the shipping is not as bad as I thought. But shipping would be prohibitive. But selling it at events, that'll work. But energy savings is huge. It's going to save me over $1 in electricity per rocket. So if I make 20 rockets, that's $20 it's going to save me in electricity. Hell yeah. I mean, shit, I might be able to put my rocket production off grid at that point, because now I'm only consuming the 50 watts the printer consumes. Yes, please. So that's interesting. What I was thinking is I could have one of my batteries hooked up to both a solar panel. Even a 100-watt solar panel will be more than enough. So hook it up to a 100-watt solar panel and hook it up to AC, because that particular model has the ability to hook up to AC and solar. And then have the AC power on a smart switch, and set that smart switch to turn off the AC power at 6 in the morning when the sun comes up and the solar panel is now generating power, and then turn that AC back on at whatever time it gets dark. So let's say 5 o'clock. All right. So have it turn off the AC power at 6 a.m. and turn on the AC power at, actually I could probably get away with turning, actually I know I can. I can wait until it's 9 o'clock. If it's cloudy, it's got the battery. We gotta remember this, like here for example, this one here. This is a 700 watt-hour battery. Now this one doesn't have both AC input and solar input. It has just it has one DC input. But the EB3A it has a 210 watt-hour useful capacity. It says 268, but its usable capacity is about 210. That's enough to run this printer without the heat bed for 4 hours. So I could turn off the AC power at like 3 in the morning. And by the time that battery gets down to 25%, the sun will have come up and will start charging the battery at twice the rate that it's consuming power. And then I could tell it to turn on the AC power at like 8 o'clock at night. So now obviously by 5 o'clock it's not going to have enough solar, but that's okay. It'll be running on the battery. And it'll run until about 9:30, 10 o'clock on that battery. So to be safe, I'll have it scheduled to turn on the AC power at 8 o'clock. Which means for the bulk of the day, it'll be running on solar power only. Now, lithium-ion battery? No, not worth it. Not only is it dangerous, you saw my fire video with that battery in here, that scared the shit out of me. It scared me so bad, the second one of those that I have, it's outside in the freezer. I don't even want it in the house. I'm not willing to throw it away, but I'm also not willing to keep it in the house. But lithium iron phosphate, however, doesn't have a fire risk. It's the likelihood of it catching on fire is basically zero. It's not zero, but it's basically zero. It's not volatile like lithium ion is. The second thing is lithium ion is only good for 300 to 500 cycles, meaning I'd wear that battery out in a year and a half. But lithium iron phosphate is good for anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 cycles, which means 10 to 15 years the battery will last. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So if it's, unless it's cloudy for 4 hours, then I'm fine. And now in Pennsylvania, that's a legitimate concern. Here in New Mexico, that's not much of a concern. And worst case scenario, I add another solar panel. So I use a 200-watt solar panel. So now, even if I'm only getting 25% usable sunlight, I'm still going to get enough power to break even with the printer. Ooh, that is interesting. But the trick is you need that smart switch. What's going on? It keeps mistyping and then deleting it. Come on, Gerald, spit it out. Boy, I really should have bought that pallet of solar panels when I had the chance. That was dumb to pass that offer up. Yeah, I'm making a Pringles rocket. Well, I'm making 3D parts to convert Pringles cans into rockets. Yeah, I'm going to make everybody hungry by arcing over the town with Pringles cans and dropping Pringles dust over the whole town. Everybody's going to come outside going, I'm hungry. Because now they got weed and Pringles. I'll be the pot pied piper. Just fly the Pringles rockets over the town and lure all my victims to their doom as they go looking for snacking. Yeah, if you happen to have anybody in the family who eats Pringles, it's free tubes for rockets. Do you know what this tube would cost you to buy from a rocketry vendor? It's like $12. Anywhere between $9 and $12 for a tube this size. So actually, buying the Pringles is cheaper. No way! This is a 70 millimeter tube. Let's verify that. That's insane. There's no way. There's just no way. Where the hell's my mouse? There it is. So being able to turn off the heat bed is a huge deal. Because all I have to do is not start a print at night. Start prints when I have either full sun or AC power so that I can draw the 300 watts to heat the bed up. But then after a couple layers, turn off the heat bed. Okay. Let's see. Coupler stock, motor tubes and adapters. Let's see. 1.2, foil line 2 inch, 2.6 inch, 3 inch. Yeah, I was right. $12. And this guy's good. He doesn't rip nobody off. He's one of my favorite vendors. I buy all my tubes from him. It's $12 for a 3-inch tube. This is about a 3-inch tube. So for $4.50, okay, so for $4.50, you could buy 3 cans of Pringles. Actually, but this isn't, these aren't, this is 34 inches. How tall are these? They're about 200, so 600 millimeters. What's 34 inches? 34 IN 2 millimeters. That would be 863 millimeters. So you would need 4 of these, 4.5. So let's call it 4. It's close enough. So for $6, for half the price of the tube on here, you could buy 4 cans of Pringles, 3D print 50 cents worth of plastic to join them together. We're not going to count the nose because you need that for both, but you do need the 3 couplers to join these together. So for 25 cents worth of plastic, because that's about what that, these are probably less than 10 cents each to print, but let's call it 50 cents. So for $6.50, you can buy 4 Pringles cans. No, I have not. It's not a stupid question. But no, I have not printed a Rubik's Cube. I believe there are models available. I believe there are 3D printed cubes. Rubik's Cubes, ones that move and do their thing. There's one that's done with magnets. So the cubes aren't actually attached. They snick into place because of magnets built into all the pieces. That's pretty slick. But for $6.50, you can buy 4 cans of Pringles and pay for the plastic to join those 4 cans together, and you still have the free chips you can eat. Wow! You can even get rid of these rings just by cutting off that little lip. Now, I mean, they're not going to be as nice a tube as the one you buy from him, and they won't be contiguous. Although they are thicker. I mean, you do have to work around them, but still. I mean, not even counting even if you throw the chips away, it's still half the price. Oh, that's scary. Makes you wonder why the hell the tubes are so expensive. I mean, that's not his fault. He's paying what the vendor charges him. He has to pay what they charge him. But it shows you these tubes can be made a hell of a lot cheaper. Well, you know, that actually does make sense because when I bought tubes for my nano rockets, which I still have somewhere, I hope I do. Oh, I hope I brought them. Oh, that's like $200 in tubes. Oh no, I hope I brought them with me. I don't think I did. I think they got left behind. That's a lot of tubes. When I started a company called Nano Rocketry, and I was going to make little nano rockets. I actually made kits. Didn't sell many. Damn, that's a lot of tubes, though. I had, instead of buying the tubes, it's expensive. So I went to a company that made tubes and had my own tubes custom made. I had to buy a lot, of course, but it was less than $200. And I literally got a lifetime supply of Micromax tubes. I think I left that behind. That's something I truly did not want to leave behind. Did you get it, baby? Did you get it? I think you got a mouse. You get that little scumbag. You get that little rat bastard. Kill him, Ender. Kill him. Eat him. Oh, no, don't eat him. Eating mice is bad for you. You get worms and stuff. Kill, don't eat. Damn it. I think I left all those tubes back in Pennsylvania. It was in a nondescript cardboard box, and I probably didn't even give it a second look. That sucks. God damn, that sucks. Now, something I was thinking of was selling a short kit. That's something I could mail. So what I would do is I would drop ship a roll of filament from Amazon to them. So I'd go on Amazon, order a roll of filament, and drop ship it to them. And then I would ship them the parts for the short kit. So I would ship them the paper tube, the Kevlar, the parachute, you know, stuff, maybe a thing of adhesive, you know, everything else they need to complete the kit, and they would have to print the parts. That might be interesting. Um, huh. Very, very interesting. Or just sell them a short kit, just the parts, and then they would buy the filament themselves and print it themselves and stuff like that. Interesting possibilities. It depends on some people. I don't know. Some people are weird. They don't want the not weird, just they don't like the idea of a pure digital transaction. Well, most of the other canned chips, they're not cylinders and they're plastic. So, for example, who is it? Lay's has their own version of Pringles, basically, but they're in blow molded plastic containers and they're asymmetrical. They're not cylindrical. Yeah, Lay's stacks. Let's look at that. No, $1.50. Like I said, you could buy 4 cans of Pringles, throw the chips out for the birds, and still pay half what you would pay for a 3-inch tube from a vendor. It's buying chips is expensive, but when you're buying rocket parts, all of a sudden it's really cheap. Oh, that hurt. But as you can see, it's well, that's annoying. The Japanese market looks like they get cardboard, but in the U.S. we get this. We get this plastic container, and it's oval shaped in the middle. It's not even a cylinder. Oh. And now, good luck gluing it. It's probably made of HDPE. Good luck gluing anything to it. I was asking because they sold a Pringles can gore. I don't understand gore. What's gore? Pringles are $2.26 a can at Walmart, but they're for the regular flavors, the non-specialty flavors like salt and vinegar and spicy barbecue. It's $1.49 at the grocery store. I was asking because they sold a Pringles can. But what are you trying to say, though? You mean a Pringles can copycat? Like a fake Pringles? Let's go to Walmart. Now, if I type in Pringles, will it show me alternatives? And I had a coupon for $1 off, so I was getting them for $1.26 a can. These are my 3 favorites: the sweet and spicy barbecue, the salt and vinegar, and the pizza. But these are cheaper. $2.24 now. $2.24. But do they have? What's this? What am I looking at here? Well, oh, it's a short Pringles can. Oh, the next time we place an order, we're getting 6 of these. Just because I won't have to cut the tubes in half and it'll look cool. Not now. Hopefully, I could still get the dollar coupon for that. Interesting, and they might have different designs too. Because part of the cool thing about using Pringles cans is you get all the designs. It's pre-finished basically, which is kind of fun. Oh wow, I never saw that before. Okay, what else they got? See, like I want the scorching wavy. These scorching cans would look pretty cool. Yeah, for the fins. I was gonna cut these in half, but yeah. If they have a container, and here's this one here. Oh, that's only $1. Yeah, we're doing that one. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a 12 count for 10 bucks. Yeah, we're doing the 12 count. Because that's even cheaper. Unable to add to cart. Shut up and do it. Shipping. Okay, so we're going to add that to cart. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. I got to wait until, I do my next food order. But yeah, I got to wait until I buy $35 worth of stuff. Because if I don't buy $35 worth of stuff, they're going to charge me shipping. That's okay. Even shorter would be even better. Oh, wait a minute. They have variety packs? Yeah, but they cost, these are scalpers. These are scumbags who buy stuff up and then sell it. Oh, that looks delicious. See, look here. This guy trying to sell a single can of Pringles for $9.43. They're the equivalent, they're the online equivalent of scalpers. Walmart should ban these people, but of course Walmart's a greedy fuck and they make money on each sale. So many people get ripped off by this, not realizing they're overcharging for stuff. Like it's $3.44 for that. That should be $1. This should be $1. $26 for one can of Buffalo Ranch. Yeah, scumbags. Okay, they're scum. They're scum of the earth. That's actually not too bad. 18 count for 1998. But no, it's the cups which I can't use. I can't use the cups. Well, there are some people who don't have a choice. Is Walmart an open store? Online, it's an open store. Online, other people can sell stuff on the Walmart marketplace. Not in the store, but on their website they can. Like, a lot of this is not being shipped by Walmart. It's being shipped by a third party. $7.99 for a short can. Yeah, they rip you off. That's why a lot of the times you'll see me pick in-store here. I'll pick in-store only. What I wish they would let me do is pick Walmart Direct, meaning only stuff being shipped by Walmart, which would remove all that bullshit. So, is there no other brands that sell chips in cardboard cans? Like, is there a patent on that or something? Canned chips. I don't think this is going to work, but where did the bee come from? Where the hell did the bee come from? Like, seriously, where did that even come from? It's right next to the end, so I must have hit both keys at the same time. Oh, it did bring up, it brought up this. Potato sticks. That's a 5-ounce can, so it's going to be big. Biscuits are no good because those peel apart. Yeah, biscuits, those are designed to unravel, and peel apart, so that'll never work. So you got the stacks, which you can't easily use. So there's no off-brand that uses cardboard tubes. Interesting. Yeah, I know. That's one of the reasons I like it. It feels like KSP. It feels very Kerbal-like, and I love it. Yeah, I know. I'm getting ready to go actually because I have to go to the post office. So I got another 20 minutes. Let's check out Smith's. Do they have one? Yes, they do. They got Jebediah. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. How hard of a print is it? And can I get it printed before Murph? Oh, I want this bad. There's nothing here. Thingiverse's broken OBJ. Is there anything in that? Nope. It's just a broken file. You suck for teasing me with that. Blow me, bastard. Oh, he does have it as separate pieces. But I gotta figure. Oh, no, he has it all as one. That's very low resolution. I mean, I guess that's tolerable, but I would prefer higher res. But I'll take it for now. I'm surprised nobody's extracted the model from the game. Ew. That's really low res. Now there's a decent one because I can print him full size if I get the Chiron going. Hell, I can even cut him in half, wrap the crotch, and print him in two pieces. That must be the flat. Oh, that's the pin. Oh, this is not a bad model. This is pretty nice. Probably a hand. That's the other hand. I'll take this one because I can make it big. Oh, there you go. Hey, stop moving. Why isn't it loading? Oh, because YouTube is an asshole and doesn't let me middle click. Screw you, YouTube. Just let me click on the goddamn link. Why do you keep popping up a stupid message? Ugh. Ah, here we go. Jebediah is the best, of course. Download. Yes, yes, yes. All models. Of course, I gotta find a little, maybe that little tiny one that we saw here. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna have to resin print a couple little tiny ones of this. And strap that son of a bitch right to the nose coat. Yeah, the chair cockpit that they have in the game. Put that right on the nose. Oh my god, that's gonna be so good. And that looks very printable. Oh yeah. Oh man, this is gonna be fun. In collaboration between Pringles and Kerbal. Well, the first what do you call it? The first extraplanetary trade route between Pringles Company and the new planet Kerbin. The VAB on Kerbin is now making Pringles parts. Oh my god. Well, this rocket doesn't have a name because it's not a rocket. It's a set of parts to use Pringles cans to make a rocket. So it's a Pringles rocket. But I can't call it a Pringles rocket. I'm assuming I can't do that. I'd love to have a bamboo just to be able to play with multicolor, but just can't afford that. Well, why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I should be here. Here we go. Now, where's his body? I see. So there's the limiting factor. The limiting factor is his body. Yeah, sure. I'll launch it over your house and lure you to your doom. Ooh, that is high res. Oh, that looks good. So what I can do is cut them in half. Yeah, right down the middle. Slice them right in half, and then just add a little bit of support under the hands and the thumbs, sadly. Even better would be if I can cut his hands off and print them separate. That's what I would want. I would want his arm cut off like right there. But yeah, this is totally doable. Oh, man. And that's a nice looking model. I want to make them like 4 feet tall if I can. I want to try to make them big. That looks spectacular. How did he make the helmet? I gotta know how he closed the helmet. I should. I have a couple of acrylic paint sets, so that shouldn't be a problem. I suck at painting, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, that is so cool. I don't know. That's pretty big. Although this is not very big. I'm betting he bought something off the shelf that happens to fit that. I wonder if he tells us. Details. Visor was made with vacuum forming. Oh, it looks like he has individual body pieces? Yes, he does. Okay. Even better. The full body mesh is good for resin printers, but it looks like he does have individual body pieces. Let's find out where. I see body 3 to STL, but where's the... Okay, there's the full body. Oh, I see. He means it's, he just took off the feet and the arms. But what I need is the arm cut off, and then him cut in half. Because then I can make him really freaking big. Yeah, I see that. I might be able to get away with using clear pet G and then clear coat it to fill in the layer lines. And that might be clear enough for government work. I'll have to experiment with that. I don't think I'll be able to finish this before the event, though. Maybe for next year, though. Oh, that's cool. But why isn't the bottom flat? Why would he make the bottom unprintable like that? I don't understand why you would do that. Like he's literally rendered the bottom on. Oh! He decided to print that way. Aha! It's designed to print upside down. That's why. Oh, I can just cut it in half, and then I can double the size. Especially if I 4-way cut them in half. If I cut them in half this way and cut them in half this way, it'll be completely printable, and I could print them in 4 pieces and double the size. Oh, this is going to be fun. Yeah, I see the full body. Here's the shoe, right and left. Here's the forming for the visor. I love Kerbal Space Program. It's fun. You know, it's just it's a lot of fun. Yeah, but this is the full body would be more work for me. This partial body, it's designed to print upside down. The viewer just put it at the wrong angle. Um, so I would print the body quad sected. Well, we'll see how big I can make the first one. Maybe I can get a quick and dirty one done for Armorf. We'll see, but I'm absolutely going to print. I eventually want to print a 4 foot tall one because I'm imagining Kerbals being about 4 foot tall. I'm imagining them being about Smurf size. I'm thinking 4 feet would be life size, and I think I can get to 4 feet if I quad sect the body. I think the head I might be able to fit without having to bisect it. But I wonder if he has it even further separated, like separate mouth, separate eyes. Then I could print it all in separate colors. Collar. No, the head's just one piece. Yeah, that was asking a lot. What's the helmet look like? It would take a very long time. Yes. That's why I couldn't do the life-size one in time for armor. If that would never happen. That would be a tough print. That overhang is a bitch. What I would probably do is cut this in half right at this ring right here. And then flip this ring over. Because an overhang that steep is a lot easier than an underhang that steep. So slice that in half right there. And then print the helmet and print the collar. And then glue them together. That would work a whole lot better. But I'd also want to put lights in here. Put some LED strips in here so the astronaut has his lighting. And then maybe have a sound chip inside playing the new Kerbal Space Program. They count down to launch, and we found out that it is Spanish in reverse. So it's what is it? Tres, dos, uno, but inverted backwards. Apparently that's what the language of the Kerbals is, Spanish backwards. So have that playing, you know, when somebody touches his foot or something like that, and have him do the countdown. Awesome. It's such a detailed model, too. That is so cool. Hey, done. This is what I was waiting for. I want to see if this fits. Ooh, that's printed nice. Okay. Now, let's see how it fits. A little bit of stringing, but that's okay. I don't mind stringing. Oh, it feels good. Feels nice and solid. Now, this should slip in better because I made it a hair bigger. Oh, yeah. Ah, too loose. I got to shrink it down again. It's too loose. See? I got to go back to tight. Yeah, it's way too loose. But we're on the right track. Oh, that almost perfectly butts up against that thing there. But yeah, so that's how you'll attach your other tubes. You'll just print 2 of these. They will go in here. Yeah, I got to tighten that up. But beautiful print. Came out real nice. I am very, very happy with that. Yeah, that came out great. There's your launch lug, so you just gotta make sure you line the 2 of them up, and then you'll have your launch lug built in. Now that I have the inside done, I need to make a motor mount for it. I'm having enough fun with this that I'm probably gonna go the MRS route, make it modular. Um, I could. It would add a lot of weight, so maybe I won't do it. But it kind of works with the Kerbal space program theme, you know, because what do you do in KSP? You take apart and put together rockets, right? So being able to take the rocket apart and change it is very Kerbal-like. um, so what I might do is, well, here's what I could do. I don't know if I will or not, but I could do this. I could make this insert fully insert into the rocket. So it'll sit flush like that and be shorter. And then that hurt. It hits in waves. It just comes every now and then and just nails me. I could sit it in there just like that and have threads in it. And then I could have a piece on the bottom here that sticks out with threads on it, so that I can make these parts thread together like I do with my MRS rockets. It would just be a matter of scaling the threads. That is very doable. Matter of fact, it's almost the right scale already. My rockets are 3-inch rockets. This is pretty close to 3 inches. It would just be making this adapter piece here that would get glued in. But once you glued this piece and this piece in place, these parts would become interchangeable. They'd become swappable. So well, you'd want the threads to come out of this end, and you'd want the receptacle threads to be on this end. But that would allow this whole thing to be threadable, so you could, you know, assemble it, disassemble it, make a tall one, make a short one, whatever the hell you want. That's interesting, and that would make it more valuable to people too. I can have a simple one like this with just couplers, so that you know, people who don't want a heavy rocket and they don't want it to be modulated, they just want to print, because you'd only have to print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parts. 7 parts and you're good. As soon as I make it modular, each tube section requires 4 parts. Oh no, 2 parts, because the threads will be part of this piece and the input threads will be part of this piece. So 2 pieces for each tub. So you need like 15 parts total. So I might do that. I might make both versions, because this is almost done. I just have to get this scale right. Once I get this scale right, then I'm done these parts. These are good. I can start, you know, print a final one, make sure it works, and then start working on the MRS version, where you can disassemble the part. That would be the Kerbal edition. We'll call it the K edition. So who will get more mad at me, Kerbal Space Program or Men in Black? But yeah, that could work. That really could work, and it'd be fun. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna finish up this. I'm gonna scale this back down 0.2 millimeters, get it back into where it's a nice friction fit, because that is, I can't have that, and it needs to be tight to avoid that, because it's so thin, and if I make it thicker, it's just gonna make it heavier. So get that back down to a friction fit, so that this does not wobble, and then go from there. But yeah, and that printed beautifully. No delamination, no cracking. That printed real nice. I am happy with that. And it's nice and strong too. I added these little ribs at key points to help with the stiffening, to make this nice and relatively stiff. Once all the tubes are in there, it becomes self-stiffening, but that keeps, with minimal mass, I was able to make a pretty stiff part that actually has a little bit of give, so that it's not going to just shatter. You can bend this a little bit, and it's not going to just shatter. So hitting the ground shouldn't be a problem, stuff like that. Very, very cool. That depends on what you want to do. So what do you want to do with 3D printing? If you just have general printing in mind, my suggestion is to have an i3 class printer and a 334 class printer. That would be 334 would be 300 by 300 by 400, something like the CR10 or the Chiron, which is actually a 444, or the ME40. And then you also want an i3 class printer. Think Ender 3, something about that big. The reason is, when you have a 27-hour print going on your 334 printer, it's going to really piss you off when all you want to do is print a little gear and you can't, because you got to wait 37 hours for that print to finish. So ideally, you want 3. You basically want an Ender 2, an Ender 3, and a CR10, or whatever equivalent. Kingroon KP3. There's a couple others, Tron XY, X1, something real tiny that you can't put a really long print on, but it's good for, I need a little gear, I need a bracket, I need something like that. Then your Ender 3 handles all your mid-sized jobs, and your 334 class printer handles all of your big, long jobs. That would be your ideal arrangement. I can do a 100-hour print on an Ender 2. That is possible. Try printing the quantum tetrahedron thing. Yeah, that's a long freaking print. Even on an Ender 2. But basically, you don't want to have one single printer and now you can't print anything because your printer's busy. Because what's going to happen is you're going to avoid printing certain things because you're so busy printing stuff that you don't want to tie up the machine for 30, 40, 50, 60 hours on a long print. By having 2 machines and one smaller, this way you're not going to get 2 50-hour prints going, because then you're back into your same boat again with not being able to print something small because both your machines are on 50-hour prints. So you want that smaller printer. That'll also allow you to print a little higher resolution, a little higher details, a little bit faster. So that's, at minimum, I would want a 334 class printer and an i3 class printer. Optimally, you want something sub i3, like an Ender 2, a KP3 S Pro or something like that, a Kingroon or a Troxy. And then you also want an i3, and then you also want a 334. If you think you're going to be printing big stuff, go right to something like the Chiron. You can get the Chiron cheap, right around $300, and that's got like a 425 by 425 by 450 bed or something like that, or 400, 400, 450, something like that. It's over 400 by 400. But that will print anything big. Or CR10 class, 334. And then you want the i3 to go with it. So in the United States here, I would say buy a Chiron and an Ender 3. Because you can get a Chiron for $350, and you can still get an Ender 3 at Micro Center for $99. So that's going to be your cheapest way to get that. The Kingroon is an amazing little printer. I'm really hoping to try to convince them to send me that new Kingroon S3S Pro that they have, that they just released. I would really, really like to get one. So I like Kingroon printers. They're good printers. I wish FL Sun would send me more printers, and I wish Chiron or Anycubic would send me more printers, because I like their printers. They make good machines. I know I'm going to give them a positive review, and I won't have to shill or anything, because I just like their stuff. I've never gotten a bad machine from FL Sun. I've never gotten a bad machine from Anycubic. I've never gotten a bad machine from Creality either. Except the Ender 5 Plus. That thing's a pain in the ass. Oh, what a pain in the ass that goddamn machine is. Um, I need to convert that to use regular end stop instead of that stupid goddamn ABL. What a pain in the ass. But and Kingren, I love their machines. You know, there's a very high probability that they would get good marks from me because historically they've made very good machines. So, what are you gonna do? Nothing you can do about it. You just gotta work it. I gotta figure out what the original dimension of this file was. Because now I'm annoyed. I didn't think I enlarged it that much. It shouldn't be that loose. But it is what it is. I gotta work it back, scale it back. Because I'm pretty sure I closed that window. Oh, I didn't. Oh. Is this the original size or the new size? I don't remember if this is the scaled up size. No, this is the scaled up one. What I could do, I could select all of this. No, because I made a lot of other changes too. I just got to scale it. I think I did 1.5, if I remember right. I think I did a 1.5 millimeter change. Oh, or did I? No, I did 101.5. So if I make this 101.5, boy, talk about fucking up the model. Look at that. And then I scale this back down to 100.5 and then scale this back down to 10. That should get me what I had before. Oh. I basically scaled it back to 101.5, which is where I ended up. Shrank it down to three-dimensionally down to 100.5, so only a 0.5 increase, and then brought it back down to 10. Since I can't shift it on X and Y because X and Y are different. So the percentage change will be different. So I scaled it to 100. This way, 1 is 1%. And that lets me do fine adjustments like that. So now this is a little bit smaller than that. So we will export this, and I will try printing that one. So now it is a 0.5% larger than it was before, instead of 1.5% larger. Because I made it 1.5% and it's way too big, too loose. This does need to be a snug fit. I can't have it doing this. It has to resist tilting. So it has to be tight enough to resist that. I mean, obviously you can make it tilt no matter what. Well, no, see, I can't make it taller because now I'm making it heavier. So I have to have a snug enough fit to not have to make it taller. I mean, I would have to triple the height to make this work. And that would triple the mass. Now it'll be 60 grams instead of 18 grams or 57 grams, whatever. So I need to keep it thin to keep it light. Because you're going to use two. You're going to have one down here, and you're going to have one down here. So there's always going to be two of them. Which way is this? It goes this way. So there's always going to be two of these on here, and then you'll slide your cans through there to hold it in place. Okay. So I just need to make it find the right tightness. Once I find the right tightness, then we're good. No, different perspective angle. They're both the same height. Oh, no, you're right. It is taller. This is supposed to be 7 millimeters. Yeah, but how did I do that? Did I just shorten it, or maybe I will leave it 10 millimeters? That's 30% increase in mass, though. Let's compromise at 8. I want to keep the part. I want to keep the part under 20 grams. That's an arbitrary number. It's just a number I chose. But that's my goal. Okay. Where's Pringles? Here's Pringles. Min-max factory. Yep. Get rid of you. Downloads. Bring in the new file. What kind of mass? 23.22 grams. Why? Oh, I know why it's doing that. I turned off follow. Yeah, I do have it on. I guess that path is over 999 millimeters. Really? Because it's not supposed to be crossing the open space. It's supposed to stay within the outline. So what happens if I bring this down to 7? $20 grams. So 7 is really my max in order to stay at 20 grams. But you know something? Who cares? It's only 6 grams. 2 parts, so it's 6-gram difference. Yeah, it's only 6.44 grams. I can live with that. Plus, if you print with PET G, it'll be lighter. Export Pringles Max. Yes, I want to replace it. Okay. Although I can make a fidget toy. New cat toy. Alrighty. I will see you guys later. If you want to see me keep making new designs and you want to support me, check out my Patreon. Check out my new store. I now have a Digistore. I've also updated my webpage to be a little bit cleaner, have better links. If you go to this Amazon page and then buy anything you want on Amazon, I'll get credit. So I tell people to just go to Nerisse.com first, click on this Amazon link, and that's just going to take you to Amazon. But it'll be an affiliate link. So now anything you buy on Amazon, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. It's required wording from Amazon. So anytime you shop on Amazon, just go to and just set up a homepage for Nerisse.com. You cannot bookmark the Amazon page. Don't do that. I'll get in trouble and it won't work. But you can bookmark my page, Nerisse.com. And then you just click on that Amazon shopping page, and whatever you get, I'll get credit for. That dash cam's not available anymore. I gotta change that. If you want to help me out, subscribe to my other channels, and then just turn off the bell. Click the bell and turn off notifications if you don't want to get bugged when I post stuff there. Because like anything I post here is just going to be rocket stuff. It might not necessarily be 3D printing related. So, you know, if you want to help me out and give me my subscriber numbers, just subscribe and then hit the bell and then turn off notifications. This way it won't bug you and keep bothering you with videos from that channel. If you want to download any of my stuff for free on Thingiverse or Printables, I now have links directly to my profiles on Thingiverse and Printables. And if you want to help me out and buy them, they're available here. I have a little store now that takes very little. They don't charge much as far as fees. And when you buy one of these, you'll get the download in your email or a link or something like that. I also have this customizable option here. Pay me a little extra and you tell me what logo you want or link me to it, and I will put a logo in the tie knot for you. So I'll give you your own custom logo if you want. And just don't buy both, because when you buy this, you're getting the tie too. So don't make the mistake of buying this and this. You know, one or the other. And, got my new SD card case up there. I got my little cat rub up there. You know, these are all $225 plus prices. So you can make it $3, you can make it $5, you can do whatever you want. And it takes PayPal and Stripe. So I'll be working on this more. Once the Pringles rocket's done, I'm going to put this on there, because these are all known good parts. I know they work, so I don't have to worry too much about you know, flight testing, because I know these are going to work. That's it. I even found I love animated GIFs. I know they're dumb, but I even found this cute little arrow pointing to the sword. Just draw your eye. I just like it. Just it reminds me of the '90s when I made my first website, my first Gopher page. It was actually a Gopher page. The World Wide Web didn't exist yet. We had Gopher pages, and that evolved into the World Wide Web. But the original Netscape. Um, that's it. I'll see you guys next week. No.